Molim vas. Uvaženi članu predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine, gospodine Šefik Džaferović, uvaženi ambasadore, Johan Sattler, uvažena dekanesa, poštovani predstavnici vladinog sektora, poslovne i akademske zajednice, poštovani partneri, studenti, predstavnici medija, dragi prijatelji, dame i gospodo. Dobrodošli na 5. ekonomski forum Bosne i Hercegovine. Moje ime je Lejla Sinanović i ove godine pripala mi je čast da u ime organizatora foruma Ekonomskog fakulteta Univerziteta u Sarajevu budem voditelj. Ekonomski fakultet u Sarajevu je najstarija i najveća visokoobrazovna institucija iz oblasti ekonomskih nauka u Bosni i Hercegovini, akreditirana sa 2 međunarodne akreditacije, američkom institucionalnom ACSB i evropskom programskom IFMD akreditacijom. Osim toga, najveći aduti Ekonomskog fakulteta u Sarajevu su renomirani nastavnici sa međunarodnim referencama, preko 30.000 alumnija, te veliki broj predstavnika poslovne zajednice sa kojima sarađujemo. Upravo partnerske kompanije i organizacije su zaslužne zašto već 5. godinu za redom organiziramo ekonomski forum. Dozvolite da se u ime fakulteta zahvalim našim partnerima: Nizami Ganjavi međunarodnom centru, Fondaciji Društva zajedničkih vrijednosti i Svjetskoj akademiji nauka i umjetnosti. Hvala i našim sponzorima: Raiffeisen banka Bosna i Hercegovina, BH Telekom, Agencija za bankarstvo Federacije Bosne i Hercegovine, Vijeće stranih investitora u Bosni i Hercegovini, Tvornica cementa Kakanj, Grad Sarajevo, Općina Centar, Općina Ilidža, Apoteka Alhana, Općina Novo Sarajevo, Vanjsko-trgovinska komora Bosne i Hercegovine, kompanija Dolfarm i Info Studio. Također, posebnu zahvalnost dugujemo i našim dugogodišnjim medijskim partnerima: Biznis magazin, Dnevni avaz, RSG radio, Antena Sarajevo, portal Radio Sarajevo i Televizija Sarajevo. Dozvolite mi sada da pozovem uvaženu dekanesu Ekonomskog fakulteta u Sarajevu, profesor dr. Jasminu Selimović, da nam se obrati u ime organizatora. Izvolite, dekanesa.
Uvaženi predsjedniče, gospodine Džaferović, cijenjeni ambasadore Sattler, poštovane ekscelencije, poštovani gosti, dragi kolegice i kolege, dame i gospodo. Dobrodošli na Ekonomski forum Bosne i Hercegovine 2021. Kao dekanesa Ekonomskog fakulteta u Sarajevu zahvaljujem se na odzivu i učešću i želim istaći da već 5. put organiziramo događaje ovako visokog nivoa, a isključivo zahvaljujući vašoj podršci i spremnosti na saradnju. Posebno se želim zahvaliti gospodinu Šefiku Džaferoviću, koji je svojim prisustvom dao značaj našem forumu i prepoznao značaj. Zahvaljujem se i šefu delegacije i specijalnom predstavniku Evropske unije u Bosni i Hercegovini, ambasadoru Johanu Sattleru, koji sada već skoro tradicionalno svojim učešćem podržava Ekonomski forum Bosne i Hercegovine. Dozvolite mi da u ime svih nas pozdravim i ovogodišnje keynote govornike, uvaženog gospodina Jacobsa, predsjednika Svjetske akademije nauka i umjetnosti, i uvaženog gospodina Serageldina, dopredsjednika organizacije Nizami Ganjavi međunarodni centar. Pozdravljam sve predstavnike diplomatskog kora, međunarodnih institucija, akademije, predstavnike privrednih subjekata, poslovne zajednice, a posebno ću pozdraviti naše studente koji su svake godine naši partneri u organizaciji ovakvih događaja. Ovogodišnji forum ima za cilj otvoriti 2 globalno i lokalno aktuelne teme: In a Search for New Normal, što je tema prve sesije, i Green Economy from SDGs over Green Europe to Western Balkans and Bosnia and Herzegovina, što je tema druge sesije. Sigurna sam da će naši moderatori, uvodničari, govornici inicirati produktivne diskusije i donijeti konstruktivne zaključke. Unaprijed se želim svima zahvaliti. Ove godine forum je organiziran u potpuno drugačijoj formi i atmosferi u odnosu na sve prethodne. Prikladno je. U posljednjih 15 mjeseci svi živimo u potpuno drugačijoj realnosti nego što je to bilo slučaj ikad prije. Globalno smo ujedinjeni pred istim neprijateljem i strahom, ogromnim materijalnim i nemjerljivim ljudskim gubicima. Dijelimo isti osjećaj frustracije i usamljenosti jer su nam lično i kolektivno uskraćena temeljna htjenja koja su u samom fundamentu naše prirode. Potreba za osjećajem sigurnosti i želja za slobodom kretanja. U nastojanju da sačuvamo sebe i druge ljude transformisao se praktično svaki aspekt našeg života. Komunikacija, pozdravi, rad, stvaranje, način kako slavimo i žalimo. S nama je danas i gospodin Jan Fischer, koji je nekadašnji predsjednik Vlade Republike Češke. Ako ste ikad imali priliku da putujete u Prag, sigurno pamtite prelazak preko Karlovog mosta i rijeke Vltave i put prema starom gradu koji svake godine vrvi turistima iz cijelog svijeta. Ovog proljeća na starom gradskom trgu dočeka nas samo tihi beskraj, na kaldrmi nacrtanih bijelih križeva koji simboliziraju više od 25.000 Čehinja i Čeha kojih danas, zahvaljujući brutalnosti pandemije, više nema. Češka republika od početka posljednjeg vala ima najveću kumulativnu stopu smrtnosti. Od koronavirusa 231 stanovnik na 100.000. Ovakav trend pogoršanja, nažalost, prisutan i u svim zemljama regije. Mađarska, Crna Gora, Slovenija, Bosna i Hercegovina i Bugarska od početka aprila ove godine nalaze se među 10 najteže pogođenih država na svijetu, dok su Slovačka i Poljska među prvih 25. U Srbiji i Hrvatskoj gotovo 7.000 ljudi umrlo je od pandemije od početka do danas. Ipak, svi smo ujedinjeni zajedničkom nadom da će i ovo jednom proći. Da će strašna priča našeg danas uskoro završiti i ostati iza nas kao velika opomena i lekcija na stranicama historije. Kad smo već kod priča, dozvolite mi da podijelim s vama i tezu koju je francuski pisac Christian Salmon iznio u svojoj knjizi Storytelling Bewitching the Modern Mind. Mi u akademiji slijedimo taj imperativ referisanja na knjige, na članke, pejpere, naučno utemeljene i potpisane uvijek od strane istraživača, iako su danas, nažalost, mnogo aktuelniji mistični non-paperi obskurnog sadržaja i vrlo upitnih autora. U spomenutoj knjizi se navodi da je pričanje priča jedno od najmoćnijih oružja našeg vremena i pokazuje kako iza svakog uspješnog proizvoda, komercijalnog, političkog, stoji u principu dobar narativ, odnosno dobra priča. Kad je riječ o političkom diskursu, dobra priča današnjice najčešće je ona populistička, sa jasno obojenim, dobrim i lošim momcima. I djevojkama, ja bih dodala. Univerzalno je prisutno da se sud o akterima političke priče donosi na temelju činjenica i ne donosi na temelju činjenica i racionalne argumentacije, već na osnovu lične identifikacije sa opcijom koja je nama po najprizemnijem osnovu slična. Po imenu, mjestu rođenja, nacionalnoj ili vjerskoj pripadnosti, odnosno elementarnim ličnim atributima za koje ultimativno i apsolutno pojedinac nema ama baš nikakvu zaslugu. Bez obzira na suštinsku neracionalnost ove ideje, do početka 2020. godine za ovakvo razmišljanje možda smo i mogli naći neko racionalno opravdanje. Posebno na Zapadnom Balkanu, gdje obitavaju zajednice čiji su identitet i nezavisnost u skorijoj prošlosti bili ili još uvijek jesu osporavani. Politički likovi se kod nas tradicionalno nagrađuju na temelju sentimenta naši i njihovi i nama slični, a kategorički se odbacuje sve na osnovu prepoznavanja njih i onih drugačijih. Javno mnijenje usmjerava se na kolektivizaciju, ne na osnovu podrške zajedničkoj konstruktivnoj ideji, već na temelju otpora prema zajedničkom negativcu, drugom i drugačijem. Danas u 15. mjesecu globalne pandemije, the new now današnjice od nas zahtjeva drugačiju interpretaciju i drugačije izbore. Živimo priču kojoj prijeti univerzalni negativac snage kakvu ne pamtimo u našem životnom vijeku. Zajednički neprijatelj civilizacije, virus COVID-19, visoko je produktivan, zastrašujuće je prilagodljiv i krajnje nediskriminatoran u svojim napadima. Potpuno je slijep za bilo kakve neorganske razlike koje su čovjeku, nažalost, uvijek izrazito vidljive. Imovinske, nacionalne, spolne, vjerske. 2020. godina je godina novih heroja. Pokazalo se nadljudske snage, medicinskih radnika, naučnika, inovatora i svih pojedinaca koji svakodnevno svoje živote podređuju brizi za tuđe. IT genijalaca, zahvaljujući kojima je većina nas mogla da nastavi sa koliko toliko normalnim životima. Dozvolit ćete mi dozu subjektivnosti kad kažem da su danas znanje, inventivnost i društvena odgovornost jedini bedemi odbrane kojima kao vrsta raspolažemo. Svaka razlika među akterima, osim podjelima koje čine i doprinosu koji daju, suštinski je bezvrijedna da bi izvojevali manje nesretan kraj ove priče. Da okretanje novog lista zahtijeva stvaranje savremenog i funkcionalnog sistema koji podržava, štiti i vodi. Sve i uvijek. Naučili smo da virus osnažuje upravo naša društvena priroda, naša zajednička potreba za socijalizacijom koja nas možda najviše od svih drugih osobina čini jednakim i ljudima. Također smo naučili da odrednica naš i njihov je vrlo jalovo oružje u borbi kad je neprijatelj svačiji, a rov zajednički. Dobrodošli na Ekonomski forum Bosne i Hercegovine, zemlje u kojima nas je od posljednjeg viđenja u 5. marta prošle godine 4686 manje uslijed posljedica COVID-19. Barem u ovom ratu konstitutivnost žrtava nije važna, heroji su nam sasvim sigurno zajednički. Još jednom želim se zahvaliti na dolasku, na odzivu, na učešću i želim produktivnu diskusiju.
Zahvaljujem dekanesi. Sada pozivam šefa delegacije Evropske unije i specijalnog predstavnika Evropske unije u Bosni i Hercegovini, gospodina Johana Sattlera, da nam se obrati.
Dear President Džaferović, Dean Selimović, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, drago mi je da smo opet danas zajedno na ovoj važnoj konferenciji. And it's the second time in a row I'm attending this kind of conference. And this year, as you have said, it's quite different. It's different because of the pandemic situation, but you showed that it's possible in the face of hurdles, resistance, that you can even, in this difficult period, organize a conference like this, an important one, taking stock of where we are and where we need to go. And this, by the way, also reminds me of a saying of Winston Churchill, who put this nicely, this kind of attitude, put it nicely into a quote that is attributed to him, talking about crisis situations. And he had a lot of those crisis situations in his period when he was Prime Minister of the UK. He said, never let a good crisis go to waste. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Although this might sound cynical to some, it's ultimately a message of hope. It's a message of hope and optimism. And undoubtedly, the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis, which are being discussed here today, that the world is facing are daunting, and COVID-19 continues to cause many devastating losses. But as we look forward, the recovery of our economies and societies from COVID-19 and the role of green economy in combating climate change can go hand in hand. I don't need to delve too deeply into the serious consequences of this pandemic had on the economy. We have all felt it in different degrees. The same applies to climate change. Its effects are increasingly visible on our planet and also including here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Instead, let me focus on the solutions and opportunities for getting out of these two partially intertwined crises, on, if you want, opportunities amidst the current chaos. Amidst the gloom of the pandemic, it may be easy to lose sight of BiH's potential. Not only does this country have a stunning nature, and I keep exploring it almost every week, and it has natural resources, massive service, industrial and tourism potential. BiH has an educated labor force, a strong industrial heritage, and closeness to the EU as its main export market. In short, opportunities are lined up. But I'm saddened to see that the potential is not met. The feeling is made worse by the fact that it's possible, even in this difficult region, it's possible to make more progress in other like we have seen in other countries in the region. And let us have a look at those figures. When compared to, in terms of GDP per capita, expressed in percentages of the EU's 27 average in 2019, so the EU average is 100, and we compare it to the average here in the countries of the region. Then we see, if we look at the last 10, 11 years, from 2018 until 2019, 2008 to 2019, Albania, for instance, has advanced from 25 to 31% of the EU average, so 6 percentage points. North Macedonia from 32 to 38% of the EU average. This is also 6 percentage points. Or Montenegro from 42 to 50%, which is 8 percentage points. While in the same period, Bosnia and Herzegovina only went up from 29 to 32. Yes, it went up 3 percentage points, but it could have been higher in order to catch up with the European Union average. In short, there is a need for reform that speed up sustainable economic growth. There is an opportunity for reform, and others have proven reforms are possible. While the country is still addressing the immediate health crisis, there is no time to waste. To assist with the health crisis and to speed up recovery, the European Union remains the country's closest partner in the fight against COVID-19, including medical equipment and donation of vaccines. And I'm happy to see that now this is speeding up. And yes, I would also have loved to see them come in quickly and more quickly. But there is a global shortage all over the world. There is shortages also in the European Union, but I'm happy to see that now the vaccination, the mass vaccination has started also here in Sarajevo and other places across the country. I'm also happy to see that next week we'll get another delivery within the COVAX scheme, another 100,000 coming in next week, plus also the European Union scheme will kick in, and I'm happy. And this was quite a tough negotiation that we got a good share of the doses foreseen for the region, 600,000 in the first batch, 600,000 for the 6 countries. Bosnia and Herzegovina will get about 1/3, so more than 200,000 doses will come in the next 3 months for Bosnia and Herzegovina. We've also put together last year an economic package to support the businesses here in the country, about 75 million for supporting small, medium-sized enterprises. This especially goes to companies which are hard hit, like in the tourism sector, transport sector, and other sectors. And we've put together quite an injection of macro-financial assistance to Bosnia and Herzegovina in the amount of 250 million euros. This goes for the budget because there's a major shortfall, of course, in income for the state. By the way, this comes at excellent rates. Our interest rates are unlike other loans or bonds which are taken out on European stock exchanges, which go up to 5-6%. Our interest rate is below 1%, 0.9% in terms of interest rate on the loan we are giving for the budget of BIH. And by the way, this would be also plus minus the rate of the IMF offer, which is on the table. More than 700 million euros for BIH, but unfortunately there is still no traction, especially from Republika Srpska, in order to get that loan, which would be a big help for the economy and for the budget in BIH. Just trying, if you look forward, just trying to keep the status quo. Of course, if you look especially at the figures which I mentioned before, is not good enough. BIH needs a greater pace of reform. We can help. We are here to help, to assist, but the EU cannot do this for Bosnia and Herzegovina. To accelerate BIH's growth and raise the living standards, BIH has to speed up reforms it has committed to in the economic reform programs, and those which are listed in the opinion of the European Commission. If you haven't read it yet, this is the Bible for us in going forward. It's a great snapshot of where the country is at the moment and where it should go in the political field, but also in the economic field. And there, if you have a look, there are 66 measures mentioned, socioeconomic reform priorities, which need to be tackled. Unfortunately, not much has been done since the publication of the opinion 2 years ago. A key element of progress is to raise, for instance, the public investment from currently around 3.5% of GDP which is, by the way, way below the Western Balkans average, while focusing on areas of infrastructure, green investments, health, and education. Another issue, and I cannot stress this enough, is to ease the complex regulatory burden and create a single business space. Taking into account the market size and the regulation burden today, it might be more efficient for BIH-based company to access the huge European Union market, which is a market of 14,000 billion euros with a population of 450 million, than to extend its operations across the entire country of BIH. And this is, of course, a huge issue here, not having this yet, this unified economic space. Moreover, instead of spending excessively on keeping the government and loss-making state-owned enterprises running, it's imperative to improve the quality and efficiency of public spending. The country can get ahead faster if these public companies, but also other public sectors, such as education and healthcare, are rationalized, and when markets allow for free and fair market competition. This will ultimately support future growth and the quality of life of citizens of the country. And let me make here a point on the publicly owned enterprises, socially owned enterprises. I was shocked the other day when I saw the figures that still today it's a plus minus 500 of those companies which are still active in the territory of BIH. 500. Most of them are loss-making. Most of them are a huge burden for the citizens, for the taxpayers of this country. This is, by the way, also one of the key priorities in the socioeconomic reform area, which we want to tackle. We had a good start 2 years ago, but then the crisis hit, the economic crisis hit, and there's no focus, unfortunately. But it would be so important to especially take a few examples, a few flagships, and start addressing them. Telecoms is one example, which has lost a huge part of its value over the last 10 years. Another example I always bring is the question of the Sarajevo airport. Why is it that the Sarajevo airport is a publicly owned enterprise? You are all traveling, not so much these days probably, but when you compare the Sarajevo airport with the other airports in the region, it's one of the worst. It's one of the most expensive, and it's one of the worst. And of course, it has to do with management. It's not, I think, appropriate in the 21st century to have political parties running an airport. And I think here it's really time to move in order to unleash the potential. If you look at the airports in Zagreb or in Belgrade, they have gone over the last 5 years, not through privatization, but giving concessions. And this would be also the preferred model for here for Sarajevo. And by doing that, getting proper management, they managed to double the figures, double the passengers within quite a short period of time. I think this is the way to go also for Sarajevo, for BIH. Your citizens want to be connected with the world. They want to have normal, cheap fares. They want to have low-cost carriers come in. Just to give you one example, what it means to really address the issue of these publicly owned enterprises. At the same time, green investments in areas such as renewable generation, energy efficiency, and sustainable production methods are currently insufficient. They would result in multiple benefits to the country: help reduce air pollution, cut electricity generation costs, raise the reliance on domestic energy sources, and help boost growth. They are also among the recommendations of the Green Agenda that the Western Balkan leaders committed to at the Sofia summit last November. And the potential in BIH is enormous, with significant capacity for solar energy, for hydro, and for wind energy. The European Commission last year put on the table quite a sizable package of 9 billion euros in investments for the 6 countries, 9 billion euros in grants. This is grant money, this is not loans. This is mainly about infrastructure, connectivity. So BIH is profiting quite substantially with Corridor 5C, and I'm happy to see that this is the pace is now being sped up. But it also goes into digital transformation, and it goes very importantly also into the green economy. So what's at stake for BIH? Yes, it's a lot about the economy, and you are discussing here mostly on those issues, but it's also, of course, for us here moving BIH forward means moving BIH and doing political reforms, working on the political criteria for European Union membership. I think it's clear what's on the table. It's the 14 key priorities. And this year we have a chance. We have a non-election year. We have more focus from the European Union, from the United States. I think we must use this year to really move forward on the electoral/constitutional reform. And just last week we had with President Jaferovic a talk about the prospects, about what's on the table, instead of getting distracted by non-papers, which are really a distraction. They carry us away from the main topic which is on the table. And for BIH, this means working on the 14 key priorities, doing electoral reform, implementing the European Court of Human Rights judgments. This is what's on the table. Also working on the electoral standards. You cannot afford, as BIH, going into another round of elections in 22 with the current set of rules. There was too much stealing at the elections, if you look, for instance, at the local elections in November of last year. So this is a huge chance for BIH. I think, I'm afraid if we don't use this chance this year, the spiral will continue to go downwards. What do we need for that? We need from all the political players the spirit of compromise, getting rid of this zero-sum game mentality. There is something in for everybody to win if people are ready to also give something. And this is my plea, this is my hope, but this is also my ambition to help here this year to make progress on this front. And I invite all of you, all the players in the country, economic or political, but also the students, those young people, civil society, to get involved, to change the country. You know, find your cause, be it economic, be it environmental, be it changing the political outlook of this country. I think this is what this country needs. It needs involvement. It needs citizens to stand up and fight for the country. And this is, I believe, also to speak with Churchill again, coming back to what I said in the beginning, in order not to waste this crisis which we have at the moment here in BIH and in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sattler. Sada bih zamolila člana predsjedništva Bosne i Hercegovine, gospodina Šefika Džaferovića, da nam se obrati.
Poštovane ekscelencije, poštovani predstavnici institucija, poslovne i akademske zajednice, dame i gospodo. Čini mi zadovoljstvo što učestvujem na ovom 5. po redu ekonomskom forumu Bosne i Hercegovine. Ovo je važna platforma za bosansko-hercegovačko društvo i ekonomiju jer otvara prostor za razmjenu ideja i iskustava, kao i uspostavljanje novih poslovnih veza i kontakata. S tim u vezi želim uputiti čestitke Ekonomskom fakultetu u Sarajevu, Univerziteta u Sarajevu, na organizaciji ovog bitnog događaja za naš društveni kontekst i naravno zahvaliti se partnerima, institutu Nizami i Ganjavi iz Bakova, iz Azerbejdžana, Fondacije društva zajedničkih vrijednosti odavde iz Sarajeva i Svjetskoj akademiji nauka. Bosna i Hercegovina, kao i cijeli svijet, tokom prethodnih više od godinu dana suočava se sa izazovima pandemije koronavirusa. Kriza izazvana pandemijom imala je teške posljedice na sve sfere društvenog života, pa tako i na ekonomiju. Sve ekonomske projekcije koje su bile utemeljene na minucioznim kalkulacijama pali su u vodu nakon pojave pandemije i pratećih ograničenja kretanja. Ipak, ekonomska misao svoju svrhu ne pokazuje samo u razumijevanju predvidivih procesa, već i onih nepredvidivih, te davanje preporuka u kriznim vremenima. Između spašavanja ekonomije i spašavanja života, naš izbor uvijek treba biti ovo drugo. Život nema cijenu. Istovremeno, naša obaveza jeste da se paralelno sa suzbijanjem zdravstvenih posljedica pandemije bavimo i saniranjem ekonomskih šteta. Iako smo izgubili nekoliko hiljada dragocjenih radnih mjesta, budući da su čitavi privredni sektori poput turizma, transporta, ugostiteljstva bili pod ogromnim udarom, ohrabrujuća je činjenica da u proteklom periodu imamo kontinuiran porast broja zaposlenih. Istovremeno, zbog promjene odnosa na svjetskom tržištu, BiH ekonomija je iskoristila i neke nove šanse koje su se otvorile, te je došlo do porasta izvoza u određenim sektorima. I pored pozitivnih i ohrabrujućih signala, svjesni smo da su udari pandemije još uvijek snažni, naročito kada su u pitanju ranjivi sektori. Nećemo biti zadovoljni sve dok ne dosegnemo broj radnih mjesta koje smo imali prije početka pandemije i povećamo ga još više. Jer ukupni ekonomski rast nema svoju punu svrhu sve dok svaki čovjek ne bude imao priliku da živi dostojanstveno od svoga rada. Naš cilj nije da samo pojedini sektori ostvaruju rast i profit i da tako čine da ukupna ekonomska slika bude pozitivnija. Naš cilj je da svi, a naročito oni najranjiviji sektori, kao što su turizam, ugostiteljstvo ili transport, prežive i sačuvaju svoj potencijal za vrijeme nakon pandemije. Poštovane dame i gospodo, iako je pandemija s punim razlogom u fokusu, ne smijemo zaboraviti ni ona ekonomska pitanja koja su postojala prije nje i koja će i dalje biti pred nama nakon što se pandemija konačno završi. Kada govorimo o Bosni i Hercegovini, tu prije svega mislim na visok stepen nezaposlenosti mladih. Bosansko-hercegovačka ekonomija je ostvarila značajne iskorake u odnosu na stanje nakon rata, kada je najveći dio naših privrednih kapaciteta bio uništen. Riječ je o milijardama šteta koja nikada nije nadoknađena Bosni i Hercegovini. Zato svaki puta kada mjerimo napredak Bosne i Hercegovine, ne smijemo zaboraviti da smo mi u ekonomsku utrku sa ostalim zemljama regiona krenuli sa ogromnim zaostatkom. Činjenica da se uprkos tome po brojnim ekonomskim parametrima možemo ravnati sa nekim zemljama regiona koji nisu imali ratna razaranja ukazuje da smo napravili značajne iskorake. Naravno, to nije dovoljno, naročito za nove generacije koje se ratnog i poslijeratnog perioda ni ne sjećaju i koje aktuelnu situaciju sagledavaju poredeći je sa razvijenim društvima. Tražeći da sutra bude bolje nego danas, mlade generacije predstavljaju najjači motor napretka jednog društva. Da bismo ostvarili snažniji napredak ka prosperitetu, potrebno je provesti dubinske ekonomske reforme, a naš fokus u Bosni i Hercegovini mora biti na povećanju zaposlenosti mladih. Društvo u kojem nisu iskorišteni potencijali mladih ne može računati na snažan razvoj, jer samo mladi ljudi imaju potrebnu energiju, ambiciju i snove da podignu standarde. Zato institucije vlasti, kao i cjelokupno društvo, mora biti mnogo snažnije posvećeno kreiranju inkluzivne ekonomije koja će moći uključiti mlade i iskoristiti njihove potencijale. Zadaća institucija jeste da ulažu prvenstveno u obrazovanje kako bi se kod mladih ljudi razvila znanja i vještine potrebne u uslovima savremene ekonomije. Globalno tržište je prepuno razvojnih šansi koje će znati prepoznati i iskoristiti samo oni koji budu imali dovoljno znanja i vještine. Naš cilj nije društvo koje od svih onih koji privređuju preko poreza uzima mnogo kako bi masama nezaposlenih osiguravalo minimalnu socijalnu skrb. Naš cilj je društvo u kojem će svi njegovi radno sposobni članovi moći preuzeti odgovornost za svoju sudbinu i dobiti šansu da dostojanstveno žive od svoga rada i neprestano teže ka boljem, stvarajući novu vrijednost. Zato je privredu potrebno rasteretiti, koristiti diplomatiju za otvaranje novih tržišta, ulagati u obrazovanje i razvoj poduzetničkog duha, osigurati djelotvorne poticaje i ukloniti administrativne barijere kako bi ekonomija prodisala i uhvatila snažan zamah. Na nama je i da pratimo nove trendove, da adaptiramo našu ekonomiju međunarodnim kretanjima, prvenstveno kada je riječ o zelenim trendovima. Izgradnja zelene ekonomije i dekarbonizacija su budućnost Europe i budućnost Bosne i Hercegovine, te imamo obavezu da transformiramo našu ekonomiju u tom smjeru, postepeno, brinući o postojećim radnim mjestima, a kako bismo u konačnici našim potomcima ostavili zdravo i sigurno okruženje. Uvjeren sam da će i ovaj ekonomski forum kreirati nove ideje i dati važne odgovore na neka od najvažnijih pitanja za bosansko-hercegovačku ekonomiju i društvo općenito, ispunjavajući na taj način svoju svrhu i misiju. Poštovane dame i gospodo, dozvolite mi da na kraju iznesem nešto što vrlo često u svojim govorima ističem. Držim da je to jako bitno i jako važno. I na to sam se odlučio nakon što sam čuo misli prethodnih govornika, prije svega dekanese Ekonomskog fakulteta, koja je na svoj način govorila o nediskriminatornosti virusa, krajnjoj nediskriminatornosti virusa, i ambasadora Sattlera sa njegovom misli vezanoj za krizu kao veliku šansu. Bosna i Hercegovina po površini i po broju stanovnika nije velika država u svijetu, ali ona po svojoj paradigmi, po svom multietničkom sastavu, strukturi, geografskom položaju, historiji, velika i vrlo važna država u svijetu. Naša paradigma, naša osobenost, naš multietnički karakter su bogatstvo Bosne i Hercegovine i to ne smije biti razlog ni za kakvu diskriminaciju i sukobe. To treba da bude naša komparativna prednost koju Bosna i Hercegovina treba, može i mora da iskoristi. U Bosni i Hercegovini, kada su resursi u pitanju, nema ničega previše. Ali je Bog tako htio da u Bosni i Hercegovini ima svega onoga što je potrebno za jedan normalan život, dovoljno za njenih 3,5 do 4 miliona stanovnika. Pitanje je samo kako ćemo se mi u Bosni i Hercegovini organizirati, kako ćemo se odnositi prema resursima Bosne i Hercegovine i kako ćemo ih na najbolji mogući način koristiti. Ja sam jedan od onih koji zagovaraju jedno ozbiljno upravljanje resursima Bosne i Hercegovine i jedan od motiva moga opredjeljenja za članstvo Bosne i Hercegovine u Europskoj uniji je upravo to, da u Bosnu i Hercegovinu uključimo standarde putem kojih ćemo na najbolji mogući način upravljati našim resursima kako bi našim ljudima bilo mnogo bolje, našem stanovništvu, našim građanima. Ovih dana svjedočimo raznim non-paperima, raznim zagovaranjima retrogradnih političkih snaga i u Bosni i Hercegovini, i u regionu, i u Europi, dakle retrogradnih snaga koje govore o povredi teritorijalnog integriteta i suvereniteta Bosne i Hercegovine. I sa ovog mjesta želim da im poručim da ne postoji niko ko je iole ozbiljan i u Bosni i Hercegovini, i u Europi, i u svijetu, ko iole drži do sebe, a da dovodi u pitanje suverenitet i teritorijalni integritet Bosne i Hercegovine. Tome smo mogli svjedočiti raznim saopćenjima i izjavama. Tome svjedoče razna saopćenja i izjave koje smo mogli da čujemo nakon pojave tog famoznog non-papera, koji su došli iz ozbiljnih institucija, svih institucija Europske unije, Amerike i mnogih drugih država na svijetu. Bosna i Hercegovina će ostati cjelovita sa svojim suverenitetom i treba da se izgrađuje kao demokratska država. To je put. Nije put promjena granica, nije put podjela ni etnička, ni teritorijalna. Put je reintegracija Bosne i Hercegovine i njena integracija u Europsku uniju i u NATO savez. Tim neodgovornim, retrogradnim snagama poručujem da prestanu sa takvim aktivnostima, jer kompletan region i Bosnu i Hercegovinu pa i Europu vode u destabilizaciju, a to u konačnici neće biti dobro ni za njih, ni za njihove države. Hvala vam na pažnji.
Zahvaljujem gospodinu Džaferoviću na ovom inspirativnom obraćanju. Ovo su bila uvodna obraćanja i pozdravni govori. Sada slijede paneli. Prvi panel govori o novom normalnom. Moderator i uvodničar prvog panela je profesor Ekonomskog fakulteta Univerziteta u Sarajevu, dr. Zlatko Lagundžija, a glavni govornik u prvom panelu je gospodin Gary Jacobs, predsjednik Svjetske akademije nauka i umjetnosti. Panelisti koji su danas sa nama online su gospođa Fibi Konduri, predsjednica Evropskog udruženja ekonomista za zaštitu okoliša i resursa i profesorica na Atena Univerzitetu za ekonomiju i biznis. Zatim gospodin Igor Lukšić, predsjednik vlade Crne Gore u periodu 2010. do 2012. godina i Sabina Silajdžić, profesorica Ekonomskog fakulteta u Sarajevu. Sada ću zamoliti profesora Lagundžiju i profesoricu Silajdžić da zauzmu svoja mjesta na bini, a sa nama su online glavni govornik i ostali panelisti. Profesore Lagundžija, prepuštam vam moderiranje prvog panela.
Dobar dan svima. Želim da pozdravim prije svega uvaženu kolegicu Silajdžić, a sasvim prirodno da pozdravim i naše prijatelje koje su s nama ovdje, predsjednika Svjetske akademije nauka Garya Jacobsa i Fibi Konduri, naših prijatelja, predsjednicu Evropske udruge Environmental Economista. Inače, Fibi je jedan od lidera zajedno sa Jeffrey Sachsom mreže samodrživog razvoja kao globalne planetarne mreže koje nadam se uskoro ćemo se pridružiti i mi. Također želim da pozdravim i Igora Lukšića, mog starog prijatelja, po više osnova. Jedino nisam bio predsjednik Košarkaškog saveza kao što je on bio u Crnoj Gori, a sve ostalo što se na Igora odnosi moglo se odnositi i na mene, tako da želim da ga pozdravim. Ja ću govoriti samo kao uvodu u naš današnji panel o onome o čemu sam prošle godine ovdje govorio. Očigledno tehnika ide, što kažu, malo je zamrznuta. Nadam se da... Odlično. Prije godinu dana, 5. marta prošle godine, ovako sam počeo šta se desiti naredni sat vremena dok mi imamo forum. I prošle godine u tih sat vremena sam rekao da je zagađenje koje je već zarobljeno u atmosferi će biti povećano za nekih 16.000 Hirošima atomskih bombi, da će 4 miliona tona CO2 biti emitovano u vazduh, da će 15.000 hektara šume biti posječeno, 3 species u žive vrste će nestati sa lica zemlje, potrošnja energije dovoljno za 19 milijardi stanovnika planete, a sunce će emitovati na zemlju energije dovoljno za 30 godina energije koju danas trošimo. Šta se desilo također u tih sat vremena, tad to nisam znao. Taj dan dok smo mi imali forum, Ovdje piše 8. marta, ne znam, to je sa stare prezentacije, inače 5. marta prošle godine smo imali forum i tada je registriran prvi korona pacijent u Bosni i Hercegovini. Tog dana za taj sat vremena je registrirano 300 zaraženih i 10 umrlih u svijetu. Mjesec i po dana kasnije, dakle godinu dana prije danas, u svijetu smo imali svakog sata registrirane novi 3000 zaraženih i 200 umrlih. Mi to tada nismo ni primjećivali. Tada se to dešavalo nekome drugom. Šta se dešava sad, u ovih sat vremena dok mi ovo razgovaramo, šta se dešava danas u ovih sat vremena, 27. aprila ove godine? Kada je u pitanju stanje okoliša, ništa se bitno nije promijenilo. Sve ono ostaje isto. Manje više, sa nekim manjim odstupanjima, zato što je privreda, ekonomija svijeta zaribala. Ali generalno, onih 16.000 Hirošima se pojavljuje oko nas energije. U naredni sat vremena, za razliku od prošle godine, samo za godinu dana, na bazi izvještaja koji sam gledao juče, na bazi 7 proteklih dana, kad uzmete prosjek, vidite da je svakog sata u prosjeku zaraženo 35.000 ljudi širom svijeta, da je 530 ljudi širom svijeta umrlo u proteklih 7 dana. Dakle, ovo je svjetski prosjek, ali postoji svjetska superliga. Ne znam otkud mi je ovaj slajd. Ovo je, dakle, Evropska superliga koja je propala za par dana. Svi smo pričali o tome, zaboravili smo na pandemiju. Međutim, postoji svjetska superliga, ili kao što su ovdje nazvali Dirty Dozens, ili 12 prljavih, tako postoji svjetska superliga onome čemu mi danas pričamo. Ako formirana je neka svjetska superliga od 12 prljavi, po broju mrtvih na milion stanovnika, svjetski prosjek je 400 na milion stanovnika, dakle, kumulativno do danas. Gibraltar je prvi, mala zemlja, 2791 stanovnik, Mađarska druga, Češka treća, San Marino, Bosna i Hercegovina, kumulativno peta, evo nas u Superligi, Crna Gora, Igore, čestitam, Bugarska je tu, Sjeverna Makedonija je tu, Slovačka, Belgija, Slovenija, Italija, dakle 12 zemalja planetarne Superlige, svi su iz Europe. S tim što korona očigledno nije znala šengenske vize, nije znala za naše samodrživi razvoj, granice naših mreža i evo ovo je gdje smo. Ako pogledate englesku superligu, evropsku superligu, pardon, po broju mrtvih na 100.000 stanovnika u zadnjih 14 dana, da je Sarajevo država. Sarajevo je prvo, 37,1 mrtvi na 100.000 stanovnika po broju mrtvih u zadnjih 14 dana. Mađarska je druga, Bosna i Hercegovina bez Sarajeva treća, tu je Sjeverna Makedonija, Bugarska opet, Crna Gora, Slovačka, Poljska, Češka, Zapadni Balkan, da smo jedna država, mi smo 10. u Europi po ovome u Superligi, Hrvatska, Rumunija, tu je kraj. Evo da vidimo šta je vrh svijeta, šta je planetarni vrh, evo nam planetarni vrh. Planetarni vrh, dakle bez naše volje, pošto Igor, imao sam 12, onda zbog tvoje košarkaške prošlosti sam stavio 5 prljavi top 5, kao da smo u košarci. Dakle, po broju mrtvi na milion stanovnika u posljednjih 7 dana, ako pogledate World Metrics, vidjet ćete da je to, Mađarska je šampion u zadnjih 7 dana, Urugvaj, hvala Bogu neko nije iz Europe, Bosna i Hercegovina, Sjeverna Makedonija, Bugarska. Kao što možemo da vidimo, Zapadni Balkan se odlično drži u svjetskim razmjerama. Urugvaj nam je malo upao u ovo našu top 5, ali evo tu smo gdje smo. Istina, u prethodnih 7 dana smo se popravili, dakle pali smo za 27%, što znači da idemo naprijed, vjerovatno smo proteklih 7 dana bili drugi. Mađarska nam, što kažu i pored svega, nije uspjela pobjeći. Ovih, kao i prošle godine, mi smo kao partner institut koji vodi dekan Esa Selimović sa Svjetskim ekonomskim forumom i ove godine radili za Svjetskim ekonomskim forumom nekoliko od ovih izvještaja koje je ovdje bila i bazirao sam se uslovno rečeno kao uvod u našu priču gdje se nalazimo na ovim izvještaju od Sustainable Development Reporta 2020, o čemu sam siguran da će Phoebe više govoriti, European Sustainable Development 2020, zatim imamo Global Peace Index, Corruption Perception Index, indeks percepcije, dakle korupcije, Global Competitiveness Report koji radimo kao fakultet, Global Risk za ovu godinu i evo nova metrika Svjetskog ekonomskog foruma koji govori o stakeholders kapitalizmu ili novom, da tako kažem, koji nije zasnovan samo na vlasništvu šera. O tome će, siguran sam, Ismail govoriti u drugom panelu mnogo više. Kad uzmete ove kapitalne indekse, indeks Bosne i Hercegovine, Srbije, Crne Gore, evo je onaj neka naša, ajde uslovno rečeno, nazovimo ga taj širi Balkan u geografskom smislu te riječi. Ovdje možemo da vidimo da kad je u pitanju samodrživi razvoj, SDG, da je Bosna i Hercegovina 50. Global Peace Index, pazite, indeks mira 79. i Corruption 111. Global Competitiveness Index 92. Možete vidjeti da i Srbija i Crna Gora najbolje stoje po samodrživom razvoju i po miru, ali da smo tu planetarni šampioni, regionalni evropski šampioni kada je u pitanju indeks korupcije. Global Competitiveness Index je nešto malo bolji od korupcije, ali očigledno je korupcija rak rana cijele ove priče. Tu imamo i druge zemlje regiona i evo ako uzmemo samo ovu godinu da vidimo gdje smo, očigledno je da Bosna i Hercegovina i Srbija i Crna Gora najbolje stojimo po onome o čemu će FIBI, siguran sam, više govoriti, a to je ispunjavanje samodrživih razvojnih ciljeva, ne zato što je organizirano ispunjavamo, nego zato što se slažu neke druge stvari unutra. A kad je organizirana stvar u pitanju, očigledno da je korupcija rak rana i ono što je dobro reći ovdje, dobra vijest, da ne bi samo govorili loše vijesti, Global Peace Index vidi se da smo po percepciji, po indeksu mira mnogo, mnogo bolji nego što mislimo da smo kad čitamo naše medije, kad nas koje kakve budale okolo prepadaju. Dakle, očigledno kad je indeks mira u pitanju, Bosna i Hercegovina i čitav region je mnogo, mnogo mirniji nego što to izgleda iz naših medija. Povoljna poruka za... Da vidimo koji je to 5 glavnih rizika po stepenu izvjesnosti koje smo svake godine iz godine u godinu skrećemo pažnju, da vidimo čime se svijet bavi i ovdje dolazimo na našu temu, a možete da vidite da top 5 rizika u smislu njihove izvjesnosti u ovoj godini su uglavnom od top 5, 4 su, možemo je nazvati, okolišni. Od ekstremnih vremenskih nepogoda, neuspjeha upravljanja klimatskim promjenama, ljudski prouzrokovanim okolišnim katastrofama i na 5. mjestu gubitak biodiverziteta. 6. su bile prirodne katastrofe, pandemija je uskočila naprijed. Bez pandemije možemo da vidimo da je environmental issue number 1, kada je u pitanju rizik u stepenu izvjesnosti. I tu se onda pojavljaju još ove tehnološki rizici kao što je cyber kriminal, krađa identiteta i slično. Kada je u pitanju pandemijom ojačani utjecaj koji će imati najtrajniji utjecaj, ovdje je jedno izvanredno istraživanje koje smo radili zajedno sa Svjetskim ekonomskim forumom, koristili njihove podatke, a to je da istraživanje vodećih ekonomista, 24 vodećih ekonomista koji su učestvovali u istraživanju, na pitanje koji su od pobrojani i ojačani utjecaj će imati najtrajniji utjecaj na biznis, rad na daljinu je ubjedljivo na prvom mjestu, kao dugoročna stvar. Pojačane istorijske nejednakosti na drugom mjestu, tipično jačanje tehnoloških divova, tržišno jačanje, tehnoloških divova na 3. mjestu, 4. veća uloga vlade i na kraju paralelni lanci nabavke i deglobalizacija. Sigurno će Fikret o tome više govoriti na njegovom panelu o tome da se globalni lanci praktično regionaliziraju i tu može biti šansa za regione i za zemlje kao što smo mi, a sigurno sam da će profesorca Silajđić o tome nešto da kaže. Kada je u pitanju globalni rizici za poslovanje na bazi istraživanja koje je rađeno u oktobru zajedno sa Svjetskim ekonomskim forumom, možemo da vidimo da je 5 globalnih rizika za ljude koji se tiče poslovanja, da se ljudi od 13.000 biznis lidera i 130 zemalja, oni se u suštini ne bave puno okolišem. Njihov problem je nezaposlenost, širenje infekcijskih zaraza, fiskalne krize, cyber napadi i duboka društvena nestabilnost. Očigledno da ovi 5 globalnih rizika koji se tiče environmental issues je ostavljeno, biznis ostavlja nekome drugom. Da vidimo ko je taj drugi. Dakle, ključne riječi u potrazi za novim normalnim su vakcina, 3 tačke. Nekad je Lenin govorio učiti i samo učiti. Sad je vakcina i ono učiti i samo učiti ostaje i dalje i postaje sve jače i jače. Testiranje, maska i higijena, praćenje, upravljanje, vođenje promjena, zahvaljujući digitalnoj transformaciji, koja je kapitalna stvar koja postaje kao naš ključni issue, zelena ekonomija, green economy, obrazovanje i inkluzija, brain drain je za naš region itekako bitan, fizička distanca i socijalna bliskost, ne fizička distanca, da, ali ne socijalna distanca, socijalna bliskost što je moguća veća, saradnjom protiv sukoba, da se sjetim šta nam je Jeffrey Sachs poručio prošle godine ovdje, šta je on naučio iz ekonomije, a to je da ne pozna ni jednu ekonomiju na svijetu u istoriji koja je bila uspješna ukoliko nije bila u harmoniji sa svojim susjedima. Ne znam jesam li u pravu, ali Jeffrey Sachs nam je tako rekao prošle godine. Ja sam pokušao da nađem gdje literatura ne demantuje, nisam uspio da nađem. Očigledno imamo šta naučiti. I na kraju, Sustained Development Network, zemalja, regiona kao ključne riječi, odnosno ispunjavanje samodrživih razvojnih ciljeva. Sreća, vidi se sada da ova pandemija nas je možda iznenadila, ali ispunjavanje Sustained Development Goals postaje cure ili izlječenje i za pandemiju. Evo, imamo za kraj Evropski Sustained Development Report koji smo koristili ovdje. Na ovoj slici, ne znam da li vam je nešto čudno, da li nešto ovo vam je Evropa, bez granica. Na izvještaju kaže ovo je evropski izvještaj Europa sa zemljama partnerima. Te zemlje partneri nisu Zapadni Balkan. Kad malo uvećate ovu sliku, možete da vidite da ovih 6 zemalja kao da su prošireno Jadransko more. Nas tu nema. Sad da vidimo, Igore, ti jedini izlaziš ozbiljno na more ovde. Mi se nešto malo brčkamo po Neumu, imamo nešto malo i gostiju, ali očigledno smo svi tretirani kao jedno veliko more. Naš razgovor o ovome treba da bude o tome kako da ne budemo samo prošireno Jadransko more, nego da budemo prošireni dio ovog kontinenta i siguran sam da ovo o čemu danas govorimo, da će biti uvod u tako nešto. U svakom slučaju, što kažu moj omiljeni mislilac Bruce Lee, naime kažu Bruce Lee u filmu, jednom sam upamtio da je rekao znanje nije dovoljno, moramo ga primijeniti, htjeti nije dovoljno, moramo to uraditi. Poslije sam shvatio da je to Bruce Lee ukrao od Goethea, ali očigledno kod nas prije dođe do pameti ono što kaže neki Bruce Lee, nego Goethe. Ja ne kažem da smo imali skupina Goethea, ali u svakom slučaju valja dobaciti do svih Bruce Lee-a u ovom priči o izgradnji novog normala. Dakle, moramo vidjeti kako da se svi zajedno pokrenemo, ne bi li pokrenuli i druge. Gary, ja ti se zahvaljujem što si se iz Indije uspio da nam se pridružiš i evo ja bih te zamolio da uzmeš riječ, a onda Fibi, tebi se posebno zahvaljujem, znam kako ti je gust raspored i zahvaljujem se zato što si pomakla neke stvari koje danas su ti također bile u planu, ali evo bit će prilike, malo su nam ovi prethodnici, drago nam je što su probili tajming, ne mislim na dekanesu, nego mislim da uvažena gosta, tako da nadam se da ćemo biti u rasporedu. Gary, ja bih te zamolio, Gary, the floor is yours, or the screen is yours, if we can go in that direction, I would appreciate very much. Unmute yourself, unmute.
Well, I am unmuted. You can hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. It's a pleasure to be here to address this important conference. Reminds me, Zlatko, of when I last visited you for our conference in 2014 at the Parliament on the employment prospects for Bosnia. And I'm sure this will be of equally great importance. I'm going to share with you some of the work of the World Academy of Art and Science over the last 2 years, when we've been working with the United Nations office in Geneva on a project we call Global Leadership in the 21st Century. Most of us are very much preoccupied with what's going to happen next week and next month and this year during these very, very uncertain times. And usually it's easier to predict about what's going to happen short term than what's going to happen long term. I think we're in an opposite situation right now. It's sometimes difficult to remind ourselves that just a year ago, we thought we would be out of this problem by now and going back to the new normal. Actually, what we're facing today is far more extraordinary and challenging than it was a year ago. I'm based in South India right now, and a year ago, India was one of the best performing countries in the world on COVID in terms of percentage of the population impacted. 3 months ago, the things were going up and there were 10,000 cases, new cases a day. In 90 days, it's now 300,000 cases a day. And I think that's important for us to realize when we're talking about the new normal, that we really don't know when the new normal is going to come. And it's a big mistake for us to make an assumption that it's around the corner here or somewhere else. But I think we do know very much about what the new normal will be, or rather, well, it won't be. And whenever it comes, and however quickly it comes, and however drastically, dramatically, or hesitantly it comes, we are going to a new normal and not to the old one. And it's very important in our thinking that we keep that in mind. So I'd like to mention just 5 major aspects of the new normal that are going to impact on all dimensions, all aspects of our lives globally. The first one is a redefinition of security. Already in the last 1 year, 150 million people have been directly, severely impacted by the pandemic, 3 million deaths. In terms of its economic dislocation, we're talking about something that hasn't happened in this magnitude and depth and breadth since World War II. And it has nothing to do with our traditional concept of national security. It has nothing to do with our enormous, almost $2 trillion annual military expenditure, huge armed forces, and threats back and forth. This security threat is not to nation states and borders. This security threat is to human beings. The UN last year did a survey under their UN 75 project in which they asked more than 1.5 million people about the security threats that concern them. And it won't surprise us to know that what they said the security challenges are, the security challenge is my health, is food and water, is air quality, is a job. These are the things that we're really concerned about for our security. And yet the whole global system and the whole scheme of where money is spent and where we spend our energies on security are still on a paradigm of the past. We've gotten away with it for a long time, no matter how costly it is. But this teaches us a story, a lesson. We simply cannot go beyond this way. We simply must change our thinking and paradigm about what security is. The UN's been telling us that for 25 years. They introduced a concept called human security. Human security is an integrated concept. The SDGs, with 17 SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, is a comprehensive concept of what human security should be all about. But the concept of human security goes one step beyond that. It's not just taking 17 isolated things. As the pandemic has dramatically shown us, every area of our security is linked with every other one. We've all been brought down on our knees by a microscopic virus, which you can't even see. And it's impacting every dimension and aspect of our life. We simply have to start thinking in a fresh way about what security is. And we have to think in an integrated way that takes into account all of the interdependencies between health and employment and travel and tourism and environment and all of these dimensions together. Of course, we know this is nothing compared to what's coming. The real big security threat that's around the corner or a few corners away is, of course, climate change. If we can't handle a tiny little thing called the COVID-19, how are we going to handle something that impacts the entire climate of the entire world at one time? We need new thinking. We need drastic change. And countries are waking up to that, but our thought processes and our policies and our institutional structures are far behind. We're still caught in the old paradigm. And the new normal is going to require a change in thinking, a change in policies, a change in institutional structure and operations. The second of the 5 is we need to reinvent multilateralism. We've been caught flat on our feet or off our feet when pandemic came, with a complete vacuum in global leadership at a time when we needed it most. And a hollowing out of our global institutions by big nation states like my own America, saying, we're going for America first. We're going back to a bilateral system at a time when we need multilateralism more than ever before. All of the surveys that are being done globally show that faith in our national government institutions is at an all-time low. The people have much greater faith in our faulty and underfunded multilateral institutions than they do in national governments. And they have twice as much faith in civil society organizations and about 4 times more in the scientific community, where confidence levels are at about 75% or more. We simply have to restore confidence in our multilateral system We have to shift from this still competitive thinking to a really cooperative thinking in terms of what our security is and how we work together, because we're dealing, the COVID shows us very obviously what the climate change is going to show us even more dramatically. No country can do this for themselves. We're all dependent on one another. We need institutions that recognize that. There is a change, of course. One of the first things President Biden did was to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord in utter absolute recognition. Nobody can do this alone. We've got to be doing it together. The third is about the future of finance. We had a special study that was done and announced at our recent conference at the United Nations in December called Force for Good. It was a study of the 60 top financial institutions in the world, private sector banking and investment institutions in the world. And the first time that they have released data to anybody on how much of their investment is really going towards sustainable investments in human welfare and human security. And they have released this data because they're saying that they are committed to double it and triple it, and it is inevitable that we have to move more and more in that direction. And the reason for that, for the finance industry, is quite clear. The risks of anything else are simply too high. We have been underestimating the risks of our petroleum-based industries. We've been underestimating the risks of climate change for far too long. The figures are lying to us about what the real returns are. The only thing is we haven't paid the real cost of our previous, and the banks recognize this. They also recognize that we're seeing a democratization of finance that's going to be radically revolutionary, changing the finance industry in the future, when more and more of it may pass out of these large mega institutions and go elsewhere. But we've seen from the time of 2008 with the quantitative easing, a complete repudiation of the traditional debt-free financial strategies that neoliberalism has been advocating for decades. We violated that 12 years ago. The only thing is we saw most of that money going in to prop up the financial institutions and the financial markets, and very little of it effectively reaching the people. And we're now seeing, and going to see much more now, targeted investment, targeted expenditure by public sector in areas that really impact the future, like our green jobs and green transition strategies. This is not just an emergency thing to handle with the COVID. This is a change in thinking and a change in policy that's going to have long-term impact and applications. And not only in the private sector, but in the public sector, we're also going to see more and more experimentation and innovation in finance, like countries are beginning, China's just beginning, with central bank direct digital currencies, directly injecting money into the markets, into the economy, rather than going through the banking system, which diverts so much of it to non-productive purposes that don't create jobs and don't have real impacts. We're going to see more and more of this work coming through currencies that are released with smart contracts that can actually pinpoint that the money being spent by the public is going for these SDGs and can be tracked through the time. The Academy has a project on this, and we're getting a great deal of interest, enthusiastic interest from central banks as well as other financial institutions, because they see it's inevitable. It will be a new normal. I'm not predicting what's going to happen in 6 months, but it's something we have to look for. The traditional way of spending money in the public through the banking system is just not adequate. The fourth area I think we're all familiar with is we've seen too many failures of the traditional economic philosophy. Neoliberalism has simply proven that it doesn't work in the world that we live in today. The rising levels of inequality, the rising levels of economic insecurity are one of the most important reasons for our declining confidence in public institutions, the social unrest, the retreat from democracy, the polarization of society, because people are afraid. And when they're afraid, they tend to go back and cling to some earlier identity rather than they've lost their confidence in the future. We're finally seeing a recognition that we've got to get rid of the petroleum subsidies, which have been propping up an industry that already is inefficient when compared with solar power. And finally, World Economic Forum has come out and said the obvious, that we can't live in a world where shareholder value is the ultimate objective. We have to shift to a stakeholder value that includes the whole society. And most important in this area is employment. Employment can no longer be held hostage to inflation rates and be considered one of the objectives unless we address the challenge of employment, which has been aggravated by the pandemic. We cannot have stable societies and stable economies and stable political systems. And of course, I'm talking in a region and at a time when the unemployment problem is very serious. We talked about it 6 years ago. There are solutions for this, but there are no solutions for it within the old paradigm. We have to be looking at new strategies. We have to be looking at new concepts of what's important, new priorities. We can create the unemployment is the most wasteful resource, waste of a resource we have. It's not money that's being wasted. 40% of the young population in Bosnia, 20% of the working force out of work. And in the US, all the studies show it costs more for a person to be unemployed than it does to pay them to work, simply for the government to pay them. The cost to society in terms of healthcare, in terms of lost skills, in terms of lost production, in terms of crime and other things, it's simply, we can't afford this anymore. Employment has to come to the top of the agenda. And of course, there is some recognition of that, but this is not just going to be a short-term injection. This is going to have to be a long-term policy. And my final quick comment will be that we're going to see a radical change in education. We're already seeing it. The conservative educational system has been resisting the movement towards online ever since it became possible about 10 years ago, because of simply the difficulties in adjusting and making a change. Now that change has been compelled on thousands of universities all over the world and on students, and even in schools down the line. We run a school here in South India, and we showed the levels of education, the quality of education can even be superior if we leverage all of the capacities that the system has. And most important, we can be availing of resources now, millions of people who have educational capacities that are not being brought into, they're in the non-formal educational, they're not in the formal system. We can be tapping a resource that's going to waste right now. And one of the things that's already beginning to happen, but it's going to happen much faster and on a larger scale, is the separation of certification of education with the actual educational delivery. We're going to be seeing more and more people getting their knowledge from different sources and going to one source simply to be certified in terms of their quality. So I've mentioned these because these are 5 fundamental paradigm shifts in security and governance, in economy and finance, and in education. And we need to be thinking in these terms when we think of what's the new future to prepare for. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I cannot thank you more by saying, that you really gave us a great overview of where we are going to, or at least where we should be going to, and some kind of merging those two things. Without further introduction, because Phoebe, everyone, that is connected in here knows about you. I just want to thank you so much for, Phoebe is, for a reference, one of the most quoted globally most quoted women scientists not only in her field, but Phoebe is not only scientist, which is more than evident from her CV and from internet capacities, but Phoebe is one of the major forces and right hand to Jeffrey Sachs in Sustained Development Solution Network and really moving the things forward on a global scale. At the same time, Phoebe is co-chair of Greece Sustained Development Solution Network, SDSN network of Greece, as a country where she's most of the time spending. And Gary and Phoebe and Igor and Ismail, who will be in Jan on the next session, are among the people who we were together for last year in different events in similar setting. I really want to congratulate and thank to Gary for a remarkable Congress of World Academy of Art and Science, where Phoebe was also participating in it. And with Phoebe, I was participating in very many events under the umbrella of Nizami Ganjavi International Center. Like this event is also co-partnered with the World Academy of Art and Science and NGIC. And Phoebe, I really am eager to listen and share your thoughts with the rest of us. And I'm thanking you again for being participating in here. I'm already getting a lot of messages in here and questions. I want to tell you that people are very enthusiastic about how we organize this. People are very enthusiastic and positive about technologically how we're doing this. But the most of the people who are saying that how this technologically is working, this is a new hybrid event for us in this part of the world. But everyone is already saying that it's not about organizational and technical, which are not Western Balkan or European style, it's more space shuttle style. But what everyone is already saying, and this is further burden for next speakers, that the content-wise, this is going in extremely right direction, having in mind what are the people who are with us in here, and everyone is eager to listen to the rest of our speakers who are in here, but especially the one who are coming from India, because Gary is in India, I understand, not in California, where he's usually heading, and he has climate, which puts him a big burden to put a tie on his, while he was with us. But Phoebe, please, would you take the floor?
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. It feels great to be in the company of such amazing people, all of you. Gary, Igor, Zlatko, it's an honor to be here. And it is also crucial that we participate in these events, because these are the events that can accelerate the international collaboration and accelerate the identification of solutions that are relevant for a sustainable recovery from this pandemic. These are difficult times. We have the pandemic, we have the huge economic recession, we have the mother of all crises, the climate crisis. And I think this is a crucial time for UNSDSN, the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, to convey their expertise and the results of their work. The network has been launched under the auspices of the UN General Secretary in 2012, and since 2015 we produce an annual report on the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals for each and every country in the world. The Sustainable Development Solutions Network is instrumental during these days because it can provide solutions that derive from research and innovation to the other stakeholders, like the policymakers, the politicians, the businesses, the financial institutions, the NGOs, and also the civil society, in order to promote integrated approaches to implement the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement on climate change through education, research, policy analysis, and global cooperation. As UNSDSN at the global level, we work on many things. We have the Lancet COVID-19 Commission that showcases pathways for a sustainable and resilient recovery. We work on research and data and statistics that has to do with sustainable development, on sustainable cities, on climate and energy, on good governance and extractive land resources, sustainable food systems, green financing, a big project on world happiness, a big project on reforming universities to achieve sustainable development, that is to become the ambassadors of multidisciplinary research that can support the implementation of the SDGs. And of course, the Blue Growth Initiative that I am leading, specifically focusing on sustainable blue growth, anything that has to do with maritime, marine protected areas, energy production from the sea, coastal interaction between rivers and seas, and so on. And of course, we have this big SDG Academy where you can find open access courses for anything that has to do with sustainable development. Lately, we've launched SDSN Europe, and I am honored to be the co-chair of SDSN Europe. So I'm not just the co-chair of SDSN Greece, but also the co-chair of SDSN Europe and participating in the Leadership Council of SDSN Black Sea, because I helped launching that SDSN. So the mission of SDSN Europe, which contains over 400 members and 13 national and regional networks, is that it aims to align the European recovery with Agenda 2030 and leveraging on the research within the networks, as well as SDSN work on the 6 transformations. SDSN Europe will play an active role in the shaping of sustainable and resilient Europe. And Europe is not just the 27 countries. Europe are the accessing countries and the countries that have a European orientation, a clear European orientation. So I'm today talking to one of these countries. As SDSN Europe, we've produced a European Sustainable Development Report that reports the progress of each and every country in the general European area with regards to implementing the 17 SDGs and the 169 targets within these SDGs. And I can tell you that Bosnia and Herzegovina is achieving good scores because it has achieved already the no poverty SDG and the partnerships SDG, and is on good pace on all the other SDGs, excluding SDG on education and blue growth that we don't have information on. We, as SDSN Europe, we also produce every year this report on the joint implementation of the SDGs and the European Green Deal. So basically what we are doing in this report, we are connecting the 4 major policies, the SDG, the European Green Deal, the European semester process, and the EU recovery plan, to support policymakers with actionable strategies that guide the EU-wide and national economic recovery in line with Europe's overreaching sustainable agenda. Last year, as a report, 3 main messages is that we have a responsibility to build forward better, because the pandemic recovery will be financed by national debt and will be paid by future generations. So we have a moral responsibility to the future generations. What is good news is that we have an economic case for building forward better, because recent simulations confirm that green economic stimulus, green and digital economic stimulus, is more growth enhancing than the return to normal stimulus. And we need to make sure that beyond fiscal stimulus, we will achieve a transformative public investments stimulus that will shape a sustainable, fair, green, digital transition, and at the same time leverage private sector investments. And of course, our long-run vision is the UN SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the European Green Deal is a good example of a leadership example, the best leadership example around the world with the right level of ambition and direction to jointly achieve the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. We all know the policy framework. We all know that the European Green Deal is a mirror of the SDGs. The SDGs have been launched in 2015. Together, a few months later, again in 2015, the Paris Climate Agreement, and in 2019 we have the European Green Deal that announces clean tech leadership for Europe, climate neutrality by 2050, reduction of pollution, and leave no one behind, an inclusive and participatory transition. And of course, in 2020, together with the short-term measures to respond to the immediate needs of the pandemic, the European Commission has constructed this recovery plan. Part of the EU Next Generation, an additional 715 billion to the multi-annual financial framework of the period 2021 to 2025, and 672.5 billion of this Next Generation EU instrument is focused on the recovery and resilience. And the good news is that we have the focus of the Recovery and Resilience Fund aligned with the European Green Deal. So after this huge shock of the pandemic, we still remain within the spirit of the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal is our growth strategy, which says that our future is green and digital. And together with this, we have at the end of 2020, the member state leaders agreeing a 55% reduction in emissions. And on 21st of April, we have the announcement of the European Climate Law, the first legal commitment for achieving climate neutrality by 2050 and achieving 55% reduction by 2030. And we also have the announcement of the EU taxonomy, which is a classification system that identifies clearly which investments can be considered green, can be considered sustainable, and also identifies the requirements by the financial sector, but also by the business sector with regards to their ESG reporting, environmental, social, and governance reporting. So a lot is happening in Europe, but at the same time, a lot is happening at the global level. We know from a few days ago, President Biden Climate Change Summit assembled the world leaders. And if you looked into what these world leaders presented, they represented 80% of world carbon emissions, 70% of world population, and 80% of world economic output. And the summit got all these leaders, the leaders of the United States, Canada, European Union, China, Japan, Korea, India, United Kingdom, Brazil, to finally align around the goal of deep decarbonization, meaning the shift of the energy system from fossil fuels to solar, wind, hydro, geothermal, biomass, and nuclear. And of course, the reason for this is that we all know that this increase in average temperature causes billions of dollars to our economies every year, but also causes millions of human lives over the decade. So the new norm is the transition to decarbonization. We have explicit commitments like the European commitment, the China's commitment to become zero emissions by 2060, but also to draw down coal use after 2015. We even had at the summit, the climate summit of President President Bolsonaro, committing to scale up nature-based solutions in Brazil, vast Amazon forest, and in this way revealing the intention to reach net zero emissions by 2050. We even had the Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Indian Prime Minister promising climate action without offering additional details, but we all know that Russia is, of course, heavily dependent on fossil fuels, but at the same time, foreign markets for Russia's gas exports are inevitably declining. So we see a huge momentum, political momentum towards this climate neutrality, and at the same time, we see the capacity to make the transition due to achievement of low-cost renewable energy production, and at the same time, circular economy solutions that can reduce the cost of production, and at the same time, huge potential by nature-based solutions. So I will close this first intervention by referring to our results as Lancet Commission for COVID-19. I am honored to lead the task force on transforming recovery into a green future. The whole commission is led by Jeff Sachs, which is the obvious leader on sustainability on the global scale. And our basic results, basic recommendations are the following. Recovery packages across the world should finance the transformations needed for green, digital, and fair future. Recent commitments to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by around mid-century, by Europe, by China, by the US, by UK, and all the countries I mentioned before can provide the needed momentum for deep transformations. 1/3 of global assets under management at the moment are environmental, social, and governance based, and the more profitable funds, the more successful funds are the more sustainable funds. So the recovery should build on this financial momentum as well. We know that at the moment, the financial resources devoted to and commitments made for post-COVID-19 recovery are insufficient for a green recovery. But my hope and my understanding of the situation is that during the spread of the pandemic, we invested in short-run quick fixes to support the vulnerable in our economies and society. Now it's the time where the resources from the different recovery funds and infrastructural plans that are placed on the political scene will start to be absorbed. So this is the year where we will finally know if this recovery is going to start in the right direction, that is the sustainable direction, the direction which commits to financial stability, economic efficiency, environmental resilience, and social cohesion. Low-income countries and emerging markets urgently need our support. And thankfully, the International Monetary Fund and the World Fund got the major economies, including the US, the European Union, China, and other G20 countries, and they have signaled a few weeks ago their support for new allocation of $650 billion worth of IMF's reserve assets, special drawing rights to ensure that the governments in low-income and middle-income countries have the means to combat the COVID-19 pandemic and start on a path of investment-led recovery. I am also part of the Wealth Academy Lately, I became a fellow thanks to Gary and other members. And I'm saying that is just to say that I also support this big project on financing the SDG. And at the same time, I want to announce that the focus of the second statement of the Green Recovery Task Force of the Lancet Commission, together with the focus of the new report of SDSN Europe, will be green financing, the new taxonomy for financing and how we can mobilize and accelerate the transition to sustainability. Closing with leadership and creativity, this global financial cooperation can help us end the pandemic. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Phoebe. Thank you very much. And of course, I think, Igor, this is excellent introduction for what you're planning to say with no further notice. Igor, the screen is yours. We are on the floor. I cannot tell you the floor is yours. The next speaker, Sabina, I will tell her the floor is yours. But we all share the same screen in an attempt to be more socially close. So the screen is yours, Igor.
Thank you. Thank you, Zlatko, so very much for this kind invitation to join today's conference and speak on this panel along with the Professor Jacobs and Professor Kunduri and Professor Silajic, and you, of course, which has been great pleasure. I think the whole topic is incredibly inspirative and motivating to all of us who either work in the theoretical or as practitioners. We are all in the search for new normal. But it's also worth saying that this is not going to be the first time we are in the search for new normal. And probably we should draw some lessons from the past, despite the fact that every new normal has its specific aspects. But I mean, new normal was also after the Second World War, with the whole set of institutions, with the whole new set of interrelationships and with the nuclear technology probably shaping a lot of the world in the second half of the 20th century. New normal was also the fall of the Berlin Wall, and we all had to adapt to the new reality. And to a great extent, the new normal was also post September 11, the world after September 11. So we are all in the search of the new normal, and obviously, already for some time, I should say. I think COVID-19 is actually only a great acceleration for all of us to think towards reaching this new normal, because in my view, it's been already in shape for already some time. And I think Green Agenda, or prior to European Green Agenda and Green Deal, because by the way, it was revealed in December 2019, so a few months before the pandemic. So nobody knew back then that COVID-19 would cause such a major disruption. It also started with SDG agenda. Actually 10 years ago, when Rio Summit tasked the special task force to come up with sustainable development goals, and it was great to also be part, along with you, Zlatko, and many other people, in 2015 General Assembly meeting, when the SDGs were adopted as a truly global agenda. And for the first time ever, it was a bottom-up approach, which took into account different aspects, different interests, different ideas, and so on to forge this new development agenda. But in this search for the new normal, I think it's also worth thinking about, or actually discussing what actually it is about. Is it about the new way of thinking, or is it about new way of doing things? I actually believe that this is really about the new way of thinking. It's about vision. It's about thinking out of box. It's not about doing things in a new way, because then technology solves problems. This is really about new vision and about the new way of thinking. What is it that COVID-19 has brought to us? Probably it has only brought to light in a very clear way some of the challenges, dilemmas that we globally have been facing for already some time. We can talk about consequences in terms of politics, in terms of economic development, social patterns. Even before COVID-19, we were able to see the rise of the multipolar world and different visions, different ways how it should be organized, how the new world challenges should be approached. And growingly, we've seen the debate between those who are, for more global and open world versus those who are for more closed, national borders. So today we also have very, fierce discussions, very hot debates about whether new politics is about new nationalism or new globalism. And some of the upcoming European election will be actually about that. That's very important. Secondly, in terms of the economic development, we have growingly seen more regional arrangements, more regional frameworks, even more nationalism in terms of more economic nationalism as a new effect, or let's say a revived phenomenon. I cannot say it's a new phenomenon, it's a revived phenomenon to what has been the characteristic of the past 20 or 30 years of increasingly globalized economy, increasingly globalized trade. So COVID-19 has actually brought back this discussion of whether trade arrangements or trade dealings or whether national production systems should be more independent, less internationalized, less dependent on international trade, which is very important new input for foreign discussion. And also, socially speaking, COVID-19 has brought us, among other things, the hybrid way of doing conferences. This is something which is new to us, or relatively new to us. I mean, part of you being on site and a lot of us being off site, but joining in through various social networking mechanisms. So is it about disruption in communication we're talking about? So all these conferences are beautiful and very important, but are people able to associate and exchange and cooperate without really being able to talk to each other in person? To do a handshake, to some who are intimate and close enough to hug and so on. Are we able to go beyond topics like this or discuss topics like this, only relying upon new hybrid way of communication? So these are all very important aspects to any discussion when it comes to the search of new normal. I think that, and I fully agree with what Professor Jacobs and Professor Koundouri also talked about, that the new normal or the new world facing a lot of challenges has to be green, has to be digital, has to be kind of new and fresh. So this is about put this new vision and out-of-box thinking putting forward. So many challenges we are facing, which are related to resilience, which are related to sustainable value chains, which are related to paperless administration. These are all things that we discuss about. Some more inherent to the certain parts of the world, probably less inherent to some other parts of the world. But it is important to figure out ways not to cut communication, not to cut international trade flows, not to stop, in my view, working together to turn every crisis into an opportunity, rather than closing ourselves. And these are many challenges that different countries face. We in the Western Balkans obviously share many of these challenges. You mentioned in one of your slides, Zlatko, in your great, in very inspirational opening remarks, where, for example, Western Balkan 6 stand with regards to some measures. But you remember when we started it 6-7 years ago, it was not really a new normal. It was very abnormal. We were talking about Western Balkans 6, and now growingly we realize that actually regional cooperation can be brought to the next level when Green Agenda, Western Balkans Green Agenda, with the many of great initiatives which are inside, are taken together, and countries in the region can cooperate greatly to make some of those great initiatives a reality. So a lot of us in this part of the world are also faced with something which is called middle income trap. So whether our further growth and development is stuck, or are we able to figure out the ways forward? And the only way forward when it comes to emerging out of emerging out of this trap, or going around the trap, is through innovation. Are we innovative enough? Are we thinking in an innovative way enough? If to pursue and push for a green economy. The decarbonization is obviously not only a growing reality, but a great opportunity for us to be different from others. We need to make sure that we are inclusive enough. We need to make sure that we swerve away from classic way of financing into something which is more innovative, so-called SDG financing, and growingly it is stock exchange, it is capital markets that can bring the new opportunities in that way. So I need to I'll stop here. Obviously, mindful of time, and in the interest of time, I should stop here. There are a lot of topics to discuss. It's greatly this debate is very inspirational, and I think we can go on like this for many hours. But my major point is that I believe that this new normal is about new way of thinking. It's about what we do to put that vision into practice through a new out-of-box thinking, because we are growingly live in an uncertain reality, and everybody in a way. It's very interesting because talking about pandemic and the impact of pandemic, talking about COVID-19, it's kind of everybody was waiting for that to happen, but nobody expected it to happen. So this probably tells also a lot about what kind of the reality we're living in, and human societies can only find a way around it if we cooperate enough, if we associate enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Hvala, Igore. Evo, ja sam napravio grešku, s tobom sam se dogovorio da pričamo na našem jeziku, ali pošto sam te ja najavio na engleskom, da ste vjerojatno na automatskom pilotu nastavio pričati na engleskom, jer u zadnjih godinu dana na različitim skupovima slične vrste smo razgovarali i jednom nismo imali priliku da pričamo na našem jeziku, nego smo uvijek pričali na engleskom. Evo i sam
to je tačno, ali ako bude pitanja možemo...
Eto, dakle, evo sad ljudi da znate, mada je on već odgovorio na masu pitanja kao i Fibi, koje sam mislio da im postavim, pa su zato duže govorili. Tako da evo vidjeli smo, Igor zna naš jezik i to smo provjerili, dakle sve ide kako treba. Mi smo prije 7 godina, kad smo na marginama Skupštine Ujedinjenih nacija prvi put organizirali sastanak lidera Zapadnog Balkana u to doba, u priprema za taj sastanak svi smo se dogovorili da se usaglasimo, da moramo svima da objasnimo da ne pravimo Jugoslaviju. Tako da mi kad smo pričali o Zapadnom Balkanu, nama je glavni problem bio da objasnimo medijima i uopšte nismo im uspjeli reći šta hoćemo da uradimo. Mi smo ispričali upravo što se sad dešava, ali to nikog nije interesovalo. Svi je interesovalo da to i Boga vam pravite Jugoslaviju. Dakle, eto, hvala Bogu, sad više nismo tu, ne pi danas niko to, ali daj da nešto napravimo. U svakom slučaju, kolega Lukšiću, tebi hvala puno. Fibi je već odgovorila na pitanja koja sam je postavio u svom uvodnom izlaganju, tako da je bila malo duža. Gary, you will get the questions after we finish with the first round with Professor Silajic. So thank you so much for being so patient. And by the way, you planned anyway to stay all the way with us. So, I mean, since you are in India now, I mean, you have good time time frame, you don't have to wake up like Ismail is now jogging probably to join us at 7 o'clock in the morning because he's in Washington, not in Cairo this time. So, Madam Silajđić, ja se izvinjam, evo, profesor Silajđić, evo ja vama, što kažu, dajem uputstvo da pričate na našem jeziku, da vidi Igor da i mi znamo ovdje između sebe pričati na našem jeziku.
Ja sam baš planirala na engleskom.
Šalim se, kako? Izvolite.
Dobro, evo imamo prezentaciju, jel?
Gdje vam je prezentacija?
Poslana je, ja vjerujem da je neko...
Znajući kako ova tehnika radi, bojim se da...
Dobro.
Gdje je prezentacija? Ide, jel? Evo, izvolite.
Ja vas mogu zamoliti samo da ovo ne bih ja oborila.
Dajte mi to, dajte mi taj mikrofon.
Hvala.
Ja ću, hvala. Sve smo.
Dobar dan. Warm greetings to all. I'm really grateful for the discussions and the earlier remarks made by distinguished guests of our forum. I'm pleased and truly delighted to have the opportunity to address some of the important issues that are related to the concept of sustainable development that has been mentioned so many times, our panelists, and basically to address some of the important issues that have to do with the environmental challenges, but from the perspective of transition economies, or in the very specific context of less advanced transition economies. Well, today my ambition basically is to deliver key findings of the 4 distinctive but complementary research. Complementary research that deal with the environmental challenges. I'll be talking about this transition to green industry from the industry firm level perspective and in the very specific context of the less advanced transition economies. Well, motivation for today's speech is basically my ambition to contribute to the policy debate by bringing some valuable insights stemming from empirical research. And the research that is related to the determinants of CO2 emissions, environmental policy effectiveness, and implication of various policy efforts to reduce CO2 emissions, but in a very specific context of transition economies. So the discussions and policy recommendations that follow refer to this very specific context of less advanced Western Balkan countries, I would say, but it might also include other less advanced transition economies. So if we move, I would like to synthesize some of distinctive research questions and distinctive but very complementary research objectives. So in this very context of better understanding of environmental challenges and the challenge of transforming our industries and complying with this, our green vision, we've conducted several research, and one of the ambition was to first ask what is the impact of renewables, like energy produced from renewable sources, on CO2 emissions, again in the specific context of the transition countries. We then investigated how effective is tax policy, i.e. environmental taxes, and with very special reference to taxing CO2 emissions, in basically modifying the behavior of economic agents, and finally curbing CO2 emissions, again in the very specific context of transition economies. Well, obviously there is a trade-off, there is a policy trade-off, or we often ought to think about the policy trade-offs when talking about the environmental objectives and economic objectives. As the vision implies a convergence between economic and environmental agendas or specific visions. Is this controversial? That, well, there is a debate going on, and it seems to be going on forever. So that we further investigating, well, environmental taxes seem to be effective in curbing CO2 emissions, but what is the impact of environmental taxes on the firm level competitiveness of industry competitiveness? And this is the next research that has been followed. And then finally, we ought to be knowing a bit more. We ought to comprehend the aspect of this green transition from the company level perspective. So there is a work in progress. The ongoing research is very ambitious, is very comprehensive, and we are investigating the different aspects of energy transformation on the company level. So first we ask, what is the impact of environmental management practices on firm level competitiveness? We want to understand what are the sources of this transition or introduction and improvement of environmental practices at the firm level, company level, but we would also we are also very keen in comprehending a better understanding of barriers to this complex transition. So to sum up, a lot of the number, empirical results are rather wide-ranging, but some of the key findings that I want to refer to is the econometric research, or the results of these various econometric research, supports the hypothesis the energy produced from the renewable sources significantly reduce CO2 emissions. Well, this clearly implies that the relevance of the importance of energy transition and investments in green transformation of energy. Then further, we found that environmental taxes have been, successful and significantly reduce CO2 emissions, even in the very specific context of transition economies. These taxes do affect patterns of behavior, but we also found that they adversely affect companies' performance. So there's huge policy implications that are related to the distinctive environmental regulation and the need for environmental regulation compliance across countries, because less stringent economies tend to specialize in expert performance of very pollutant industries. So some good news come out from the firm level analysis, and particularly qualitative analysis, apart from the quantitative and econometric result, that the environmental management performance, it does help and does contribute to the increases in export performance in the very specific context of the BH economy and pollution-intensive economy. So overall, if we are to draw some important policy conclusions that are synthesized and contextualized from these, various distinctive but complementary research, then I would say that although environmental taxes seem effective in modifying companies' behavior, then a transition to the green industry requires an integrated policy approach. Many of you have talked about this aspect of this integrated approach, and also about the importance of international collaboration. We strongly believe and argue that multilateral and bilateral development assistance should be used extensively to promote technological collaboration of companies, allowing for transfer of cleaner technologies. So we have a strong empirical evidence that basically shows that this transition to green company, green industries is very complex, and it requires support, and we need an integrated support, and we need multilateral and bilateral assistance in achieving our goals of green industry in very specific contexts of Western Balkan countries. So thank you very much. I would stop here, and welcome. All comments are more than welcome.
Thank you, Professor Silajic. Thank you very much. We have to wrap up this because most of the questions were already answered. But Gary, I will just pass the one question for you that also refers to what Phoebe was talking about in your previous intervention. Phoebe also pointed out this latest summit that was organized by President Biden, in which he put together 40 people, 40 global leaders, and it was very encouraging for everyone that we had 40 global leaders who are covering over 85% of the world economic output, and who are basically speaking also producing more than 82-83% of world carbon emission. And he put together 40 out of them, but 153 were missing. And 153 that were missing, they will have to come in COP26 in Glasgow in November this year to annual UN meeting, where they will be also together with those 40 world leaders. Those 40 world leaders showed, regardless of all disputes on triangle in between Russia, China, USA, they showed that they can replace the potential Cold Wars and Cold Wars with cooperation, and cooperation in a common world war against climate change. So my question for you is, because obviously, and we heard, and Phoebe was talking about European 55% goal by 2030 to decline emission. Biden said by 2030 it will be 50%. President Xi also went in that direction. They are all aiming by 2050 to get to zero, and basically speaking, save the planet for future generations. So my question for you is, I mean, if you would be advisor of one of 153 missing presidents on that summit, and they will come in November in Glasgow, and in Glasgow they will have to show that they got it, that they have a plan. What would you suggest to those one of those 153 missing presidents who will have to come to Glasgow and show and also give commitments? Because there will be a lot of first political and then financial ways to press them in that direction. Whoever does not get prepared in time, that country is going to be loser. So the question is, what would be your suggestion as advisor to missing president, not the missing one in here, but the missing one on that meeting in 40 leaders? What to do in next 6 months? Actually, would they appeal to their financial community, to the business IT community, to whom, and what to do in that respect?
Question, Zlatko, and thank you for directing it. A difficult question to answer in the generality because we don't know the country or the details. But I think the most important thing I would say is that what happened in the meeting that President Biden convened was to make a very strong statement. Most important was the political statement that America is back in the ring and committed. And it's going to, whereas things got thrown into a loop when we pulled out of the climate accord, and you can be sure that America is going to come back quite aggressively in creating expectations for other countries that were left vague up until now and going to be pressing for more. And I think that the most important thing I would say is take this very seriously, not just take it seriously as a compulsion, but take it seriously as an opportunity, depending on which country we're talking about. I mean, what was one of the first things that happened after President Biden was elected, shocked the whole world, including Detroit, was General Mills announcing that they're pulling out of the petroleum-based automobiles they've been producing since 1920, that they have a phased program to get out. They're really going to renewable energy sources. That's the kind of commitment we're going to be seeing more and more. So my main advice would be, look at this as an opportunity and how you cannot meet the minimum requirements to qualify or stay in the loop, but how can you become a leader? And where are the opportunities out of that for your country? And there are many countries that are looking at those opportunities, as China has been doing so well in the solar field or in the automotive field and so forth. We have to look at it proactively and see, where does this give us a strategic advantage if we're one of the leaders rather than those who are falling behind? Other things are going to depend on the country and the problems they have, the contributions they have, the kind of industry and agriculture and other things. But I think take it seriously. Doesn't matter only or essentially anymore what's going to happen in the US. This is going forward aggressively, and the world is going to commit itself to meet those goals. And that recognition that it's not an option, but that is an opportunity. I think we have to look in each specific case for each country where can we turn this challenge into the opportunity, which is what you started with, or what Ambassador Sadler started with this morning. And
I want to, just because I see Smile, our dear friend Ismail Serageldin, he's punctual as always. I mean, 1 o'clock sharp, 7 o'clock in Washington. Ismail, greetings. And Professor Čaušević is going to, let's say, be sitting in this chair very soon, because we'll be going to be wrapping up in order to hear our next panelists, because basically speaking, our speakers already answered the questions that were prepared for them in different forums, and it looks like all great minds are thinking alike. So, I mean, obviously they were prepared to say what I was planning to ask them. So that's the reason why we can wrap up this in order to get on time. As Igor was saying, we have lessons learned, and we have a lot of things that we can learn from our past, and we have to think out of the box. Speaking about learning from our past, we are maybe in Western Balkan, maybe not best example of someone who is learning from our past and getting lessons on time, but maybe this time we will be, let's say, helped by others, our friends, also to learn something. As you rightly said, back in the 14th century, Black Plague was there, and at that time, Black Plague actually eliminated almost 1/4 of population of the planet. There was at that time 500 million of people on this planet. So Black Plague was sorted out with washing hands and lockdowns, basically speaking, with no vaccines. Then we had Spanish flu back in 1918 to 1920 that took more lives than World War I. Spanish flu actually scaled down the global population from 1.5 billion for almost 100 million people. Just to make you a comparison, which is today we have 5 more people on the planet, and I won't say only, but 3 million people are dead so far. And Spanish flu took away 30 times more people. The difference is we have internet, we are connected, we know what's happening, and we have science that is scaling down the things. So in that context, I think, as we heard from previous speakers, 3 key priorities can be seen as saving lives and prevention of actually pandemic, protecting vulnerables and people through the actually saving their jobs and the companies. But as someone said, not going back to the normal, but that's why this is new normal. And of course, the third priority is developing of more resilient surroundings and recovery. And in that context, we have 3 parallel strategies, which is easy to say in my language, 3 paralelne strategije. Dakle, 3 paralelne strategije. Prvo je olakšavanje i odbrana, ili ono što bi se reklo relief and resilience, izabrani zdravstveni i ekonomskih prioriteta, ali uz paralelno projektovanje dugoročnih ciljeva. Thinking out of the box i razmišljanje na način koji je kolegica Silajđić već ovde vrlo precizno govorila. Druga strategija je oporavak i restrukturiranje i restartanje, odnosno restoring, restructuring and restarting u 4 paralelne ravne, koliko smo ovde čuli. Ja sam vidio restrukturiranje ugroženog zdravstvenog sistema, oporavak ljudskog kapitala, restrukturiranje firmi i rješavanje zaduženosti i reforma politika i institucija. I treća strategija, obnova, rekreiranje i inoviranje, inovativnost, o čemu su mnogi govorili, ili recover, recreate and reimagining zdravstvenog sistema koji je bio spreman za poslovanje, obrazovnog i naučno-istraživačkog sistema koji je bio ojačan i prilagođen novim izazovima i sistemski rad na nejednakosti, o čemu je Geri naročito govorio, pravednosti i inkluzije i fokusiranje na zelenu ekonomiju i digitalnu transformaciju ukupnog ekosistema. Ovo je samo su neki elementi onoga što smo čuli, što sam ovde sebi notirao. Ja vam se zahvaljujem. I'm thanking to all of you, and I was told that we can break the schedule 15 minutes because our president actually took 10 more minutes, but with presidents you never argue and when you have nice manners. And we do in academic community, so I mean, we will stop in here. And Fikrete, I don't know how it goes with scenario. Leila, are you going to walk up to the stage and call our next panelists? In this panel, as you saw, you have 2 of us in here, and 3 of us were someplace in a cloud. We had 3 speakers in a cloud. Now we are flipping. We have 2 cloud speakers. Ismail, you're the first one, and I really thank you for being with us, and together with Jan. And we have 3 on site I don't know what is the script. Leila, you are jumping on the floor. Or I'm sitting here and calling Fikret, or what?
U redu, hvala vam. Ovim putem zahvaljujem našem glavnom govorniku u prvom panelu, moderatoru i uvodničaru prvog panela, profesoru doktoru Lagumdžiji, našim panelistima. Sada je vrijeme za pauzu od 15 minuta. Sa radom nastavljamo dakle nakon 15 minuta kada počinje drugi panel koji ćemo naravno najaviti nakon pauze. Hvala vam.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
Znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom, moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
Znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom, moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
A, znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom. Moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
A, znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom. Moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
A, znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom. Moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
Znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom. Moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
Znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom. Moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
Znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom. Moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
Znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom. Moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Musa! Zena! Hajde upadaj na jedan krug.
Znači to je taj tvoj pametni taksi.
Jesi vidio što sam ja sebi ekstra složio? Hoćeš više minuta, interneta, hoćeš manju pretplatu. Evo ima i to. Hoćeš novi mobitel. Evo ga novi mobitel.
Ovo ti je baš ekstra.
Složi ekstra paket po svojoj želji i uživaj u najbržoj mreži.
Čekaj da ti malo otvorim krov, da nis džaba rastu.
BH Telekom. Moja priča.
Dear Earth, I know you're sad. Your waters are dirty and your air is polluted. Your forests have been hurt and your animals are in danger. You're not well, and it's not your fault.
Dear Earth, you are our home, and we want to protect you. By becoming the first Austrian banking group to sign the UN Principles for Responsible Banking, by reducing funding of fossil energy steadily to zero, and by promoting environmentally friendly technologies. We are Raiffeisen, and we will make our contribution for a more sustainable future.
Poštovani učesnici ekonomskog foruma Bosne i Hercegovine 2021, dobrodošli na panel 2. Moderator i uvodničar ovog panela je profesor Ekonomskog fakulteta Univerziteta u Sarajevu, dr. Fikret Šaušević. Glavni govornik ovog panela je gospodin Ismail Sarageldin. On je dopredsjedavajući u Nizami Ganjavi međunarodnom centru. Panelista koji je s nama također online je gospodin Jan Fischer, bivši predsjednik vlade Češke republike, zatim gospođa Belma Hadžiomerović, direktorica marketinga i komunikacija u Raiffeisen banci Bosna i Hercegovina, i gospodin Emir Žunić, voditelj odjela za vještačku inteligenciju i mašinsko učenje i docent na Elektrotehničkom fakultetu Univerziteta u Sarajevu. Profesore Čaušević, izvolite.
Hvala lijepo, Lejla. Dame i gospodo, kolegice i kolege, poštovani gosti, velika mi je čast i zadovoljstvo biti moderator druge sesije na ovogodišnjem ekonomskom forumu Bosne i Hercegovine. Biti dijelom ovakvog skupa je zaista zadovoljstvo, ponavljam još jednom, i posebno biti u prilici ugostiti i najaviti ovakve gosti koje ste imali već priliku čuti od kolegice Lele. Ja ću dati kratki uvod, zatim ću naravno dati riječ našem glavnom govorniku, dakle keynote speakeru, profesoru Ismailu Sarageldinu. Dame i gospodo, kolegice i kolege, poštovani dragi gošće i gosti, mi živimo u jednom periodu koji je u stvari vrlo dramatičan, ja bih rekao, i koji u stvari povećava nejednakost u svijetu. Dakle, pandemija koja je zvanično objavljena prošle godine u martu, početak, je već do sada, znači danas je 27. april 2021. produbila razlike ne samo u formalnom mjerenju ekonomskog rasta, bruto domaćem proizvodu po stanovniku, nego prije svega u dostupnosti finansijskih sredstava, finansijskih resursa za borbu protiv pandemije, a s jedne strane za realizaciju razvojnih ciljeva, uključujući i ozelenjavanje ekonomija, dakle onog što u Europi zovemo the Green Deal for Europe, koji je promovisan u decembru 2019. godine. Naime, o čemu se radi? Već 2019. godine, te iste godine kada je Europa, to jest Europska unija, promovisala the Green Deal for Europe, te godine je razlika između 5 zemalja u kojima je najveća koncentracija finansijskih resursa u svijetu i 5 zemalja u kojima je najniža koncentracija finansijskih resursa u svijetu. Razlika je bila, vjerovali ili ne, za vas koji to ne znate, 7.900:1. Dakle, ne 790, ne 79:1, nego 7.900:1. Ta razlika u koncentraciji finansijskih sredstava raspoloživih, naravno, za ekonomski rast i razvoj je mnogo veća te iste godine bila i ostala do dana današnjeg, nego što je razlika u bruto domaćem proizvodu po stanovniku. Ovaj prvi podatak je po stanovniku. Dakle, bruto domaći proizvod po stanovniku te iste 2019. godine 10 najrazvijenijih zemalja, to je zemalja koje su imale najviši bruto domaći proizvod po stanovniku, u odnosu na 10 najsiromašnijih zemalja bila je 125:1 prosjek, znači za prvu grupu i za donjih 10 zemalja u svijetu. Ali finansijska nejednakost u svijetu je jedna od najvećih nejednakosti. Ta nejednakost se vrlo često zaboravlja u javnim diskusijama i nekako se ostavlja po strani. Mi smo imali priliku danas čuti i gospodina Sattlera, bilo je veliko zadovoljstvo slušati njegovo izlaganje. Međutim, gospodin Sattler je navodio podatke, recimo za Zapadni Balkan, koliko zemlje Zapadnog Balkana zaostaju za Europskom unijom u smislu bruto domaćeg proizvoda po stanovniku i spomenuo je da je Bosna i Hercegovina na začelju zemalja u smislu smanjivanja gepa. Međutim, jedan važan detalj tu treba još dodati, a taj važan detalj jeste jesu javni dugovi po stanovniku. To je integralni dio i taj dio se ne može zaboravljati, ne smije zaboravljati u analizi ostvarenih bruto domaćih proizvoda po stanovniku. Isto tako raspoloživih finansijskih sredstava za novi koncept ekonomija koji je zasnovan na zelenim ekonomijama, s jedne strane i s druge strane, to jest ozelenjavanju ekonomija, i s druge strane za borbu protiv pandemije, odnosno epidemija u nacionalnim okvirima i regionalnim okvirima, mada znamo da ova zdravstvena kriza nikako ne može biti ograničena na jednu zemlju, jedan region, nego je očito svjetska. Mi prolazimo kroz jedan također period u kojem ima jako puno kontradikcija, ali i protivriječnih ciljeva. Jedna od protivriječnosti je recimo u kontekstu ozelenjavanja ekonomija da insistiramo, to jest prije svega najrazvijenije zemlje insistiraju i razviju proizvodnju električnih automobila i ne samo proizvodnju električnih automobila. Mi ćemo za sve veći i veći broj baterija koje će biti neophodne za electric vehicles trebati sve više i više recimo litijuma, sve više i više kobalta, sve više i više mangana. I u tom kontekstu moram da se prisjetim glavnog govornika sa prošlogodišnjeg foruma, a to je profesor Jeffrey Sachs, koji je recimo u svojoj knjizi The End of Poverty iz 2005. godine jedno poglavlje posvetio Boliviji, u kojoj je išao 1986. posjetio je Boliviju kao tada, a i sada, jednu od najsiromašnijih, stvarno najsiromašniju zemlju Južne Amerike. Bolivija, dakle, je jedna od najsiromašnijih ili najsiromašnija zemlja Južne Amerike, a istovremeno jedna od najbogatijih zemalja. Kako to jedna od najbogatijih zemalja? Pa prema procijenjenim zalihama litijuma, koji je esencijalan za proizvodnju baterija, sve kvalitetnijih baterija, neophodnih i za proizvodnju kompjutera i za proizvodnju električnih automobila, depoziti, odnosno zalihe litijuma su procijenjene u Boliviji kao najbogatije u svijetu. Kazahstan je također jedna od tih zemalja koja ima procjene zalihe litijuma vrlo visoke, u skladu s tim je među prvih 7 zemalja u svijetu. I tu ćemo naravno imati nove bitke u svijetu za podjelu ili raspodjelu moći. Gospodin Lučić je spomenuo da li idemo prema novoj vrsti globalizacije ili se radi o nečemu drugom. Ovo što se dešava u posljednjih 13-14 mjeseci, dakle kada govorimo o pandemiji, možemo da vidimo već sada vrlo jasno obrise jedne vrste deglobalizacije, to jest multipolarnog svijeta. To nije nikakva novost, multipolarni svijet, ali taj trend bi se mogao nastaviti u godinama koje slijede. U tom kontekstu bit će nam veliko zadovoljstvo i veliki značaj da čujemo naše današnje govornike i prije svega će mi sada biti veliko zadovoljstvo da pozovem profesora Ismaila Sergeldina. Dear Professor Sergeldin, welcome to this forum. It is my great pleasure to give the floor to you and to listen to you. Professor Ismail Sergeldin is, I would like to say, a living encyclopedia. Professor Sergeldin holds 38 honorary doctorates. Professor Sergeldin is founder of New Alexandrian Library. He is also the emeritus librarian and one of the smartest people, not only in Egypt, but also on the global scale. So, Professor Sergeldin, the floor or the screen is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. I wonder if the host would be kind enough to allow me to have the screen so that I could go through my presentation. Okay, is this, here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I'm deeply honored to be invited to deliver this short intervention. My topic is rethinking economics for a green recovery, sustainable development, and the future. And thus, I would like to start out with the fact that we have a global consensus that's almost never happened before. The consensus is found that adoption of the Millennium Development Goals for the period 2000 to 2015 by all the nations of the world. And again, the SDGs were adopted in 2015 to 2030. But then we are living through a pandemic that has resulted in and morphed into an economic problem as countries went through lockdowns and supply lines were disturbed. And in fact, it has affected practically the whole world, but in very different forms. And leaders reacted very differently, perhaps no more dramatically than the difference between Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump. But also the governments and the people reacted differently. This is demonstrations in the West against wearing masks and other forms. This is in the East, and you can see that the population is reacting differently. The result has really been two worlds. The rate of fatalities per 100,000 population was this 100 times bigger in the West than it was in the East, 100 times. As you can see from here, is 196, is 0.3 to 149, etc. So we really have to wonder, how are we now going to get a consensus on what is really a green economy that we are been talking about in terms of moving in the right direction? Because all governments everywhere in the world have suffered because of the induced reductions in economic activities with lockdowns and losses and so on. Now, it's important to think of the economic policies confronting the COVID-19, but it's even more important to think of promoting a green recovery, a truly green recovery. Unfortunately, that was partly present in the EU, and I'm sure my colleague Phoebe Konduri has shown that, but lacking in the USA under Trump and in other places as well. The concern was to restore the health of previous firms and jobs, but that's really business as usual. And if we have learned anything about sustainability, it is that business as usual is like the person sitting there and cutting down the branch on which they are sitting. It is a foolish proposition. We must ensure that the post-COVID-19 return is a truly green recovery. You will notice that actually, contrary to statements in the United States, unemployment was going down and continued to go down. There was nothing special at all about Mr. Trump's period, but the enormous peak that we've had and the rebound, but the rebound is still almost where we were 10 years ago. And despite lockdowns and economic devastation, the stock markets have been doing extremely well and continuously. Here is the stock market. As you can see, there was a sharp drop, but then a very rapid rebound there. Why, with hundreds and millions of people out of work, with economic contraction, do we have the stock markets not reflecting the real economy? Well, there are two reasons. One is what John Maynard Keynes already talked about in the Great Depression, the liquidity trap, which warned of excess liquidity that would be reinvested in the stocks rather than helping investment. And a technological revolution that is truly spectacular. Now, it's more visible in ICT, but equally in transport, biology, and space. We are now past the fourth industrial revolution, rapidly moving towards the artificial intelligence. And in large part, we can see that the stocks were carried by the big or super six. I mean, Facebook, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, Netflix, and Microsoft. Together, these are the stocks, and they've been pulling up the other stock indicators. But perhaps the most dramatic example is to look at the difference between Tesla, which is a new green car company, versus GM, an old-fashioned company. And it's a factor of 10. GM delivered 10 times more cars than Tesla, but the capitalization of Tesla is 10 times bigger than GM. It's an amazing observation, but that's the reality. And Tesla is the all-electric pioneer, as we know. Now, almost everywhere, the public and the governments are anxious to get back to measurable GDP growth. It has become sort of like the mantra, but we're missing the opportunity for a truly massive transformative green recovery if we do that. We must actually rethink and differently the economy and its links to sustainability. So let me move on a little bit more and say that we have thought about greening national income accounts, which are what GNP and GDP are, even though we recognize that there are terrible things wrong with GDP. What? Well, number one, we have unremunerated work, mostly by women, is not counted. It's not counted at all, whether she's doing the laundry or taking care of children or even carrying water in the poorer countries. Secondly, it measures flows, not stocks. And accordingly, you can do something which you cannot do in the private sector, which is to count the depletion of assets as a positive contribution to revenues, which would be illegal in most companies. But governments do this all the time. And it's lacking the environmental dimension. And the UN had agreed to add environmental accounts as satellite accounts back in '93 when I was working with them on this, but not fully. So as a result of that, we have a forest standing up counts for 0. And if it gets cut down, it becomes a positive contribution. So we have developed green national accounts, but they're not used and they are flow and not stock accounts. If you have conventional national accounts and you have environmental accounts, so we can trace the physical impacts like cutting down forests or doing that, or also that's a dose response function. And then we have the health and production impacts of that disease that is spread by pollution and the like. Now, these are non-monetary calculations. Then we have an economic valuation that brings us the impacts in monetary terms that have to be tied with that. But in looking at this, we do have the resources depletion factor, and we do have the environmental degradation factor to be counted. So you have 2 levels in which this can be intervened. And between the 2 of them, we can do green national accounts, which is adjusting these national accounts for resource depletion or for environmental degradation. But no matter how much you tinker at the margin, GDP is still a faulty measure. And we must think differently about how to go for sustainability. And the first part that I would suggest is if we went back to the Brundtland Commission definition, it says sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Now, this is nice and elegant, but it is totally non-operable. Why? Because what is the definition of the word needs? Meeting needs, well, for people who are starving, who have no water, no sanitation, that's fairly clear. But 85% of the consumption of the world is for people who already have 2 cars and 3 televisions. And therefore, the question becomes, what do you do with the meaning of that? Well, we can transform it. Sustainability is giving future generations as many opportunities as, if not more than, we have had ourselves. Now, that sounds close enough, but it's very different because opportunities can be translated into capital per person. If my son has more capital than I have, he has better opportunity of generating an income and services stream. And that leads us to wealth accounting, which is important on many different levels. So there are really 4 kinds of capital. There is the man-made or produced assets, the natural, human, and social capital. Conventional human-made capital, produced assets, roads, building, cars, etc. Also technology that is now transforming all these processes and has great value in and of itself. Natural capital, including biodiversity and environmental services. Human capital, health, education, nutrition, is embedded in me. If I migrate from my country, I take my human capital with me. On the other hand, there is social capital. and it involves many things, and that is an essential thing for society to function. Spent a lot of time, and as my friend Partha Dasgupta, the last book I issued at the World Bank dealt with this issue of social capital. It's about countries having a system of laws that are applied equally. It is about no government repression and peace, no civil wars, respect for human rights. Women's rights are part of human rights, and involves community and participation, governments that derive the legitimacy from the consent of the governed, and diversity, inclusion, collaboration, and also addressing issues of inequality. All of that is what builds social capital, the glue that holds a society together and allows it to function. And we must remember the super philanthropists among the super rich. They are there, but we must also see the terrible results of inequality. So these capital per person are partially substitutes and partially complements, and therefore the mix can change over time. The total amount should be increased. That is what will make us go on a sustainable path. Now, that will also require that we rethink not just the calculations, but also the priorities. So technology and the job market, we must recognize that technology will lead to the replacement of workers, but will create more jobs, and therefore upskilling our employees, further training, etc., has got to be part of the reinvestment that we make. Specifically, youth unemployment is very dangerous, as we know, and we should encourage dealing with it. And that requires attention to education and training systems. And it is not just in infrastructure that we must invest in other ways as well. On the adequacy of GDP, we need to change that. The flaws are well known. Flow measure, forest standing up is equal to zero. Depleting assets are counted as revenues. The unremunerated work. We must have the estimation of services is notoriously difficult, especially when you come to the contributions of government. By convention, we're taking it almost equal to the wage bill. If that were true, if we believed it, then you could double production, double productivity without training, without any changes, simply by doubling the salaries of the civil servants, which nobody does because it is just a convention. And GDP is really a production-based approach, and it's not a well-being, human-centered approach. And therefore, it's about time that we stopped measuring production and started measuring the well-being of people. That brings us to the notions of welfare. It's more generally, it's time to shift, as I said, from economic production to measuring people's well-being. But because no single measure does it well so far, it will have to be a whole array of measurements. Now, poverty is terrible, and it's associated with extreme poverty is hunger. And in fact, that is part of the side results of inequality. The world has been taken astray by these two people, Reagan and Thatcher, who in 1980 told them government is the enemy, private sector will do everything. That was with a terrible result. Here you can see the bottom, this United States, the bottom 50% that in 1980 used to receive almost double the share of the top 1%. You can see over time how the top 1% have receiving now double the contribution of the lower 50% of the country. I mean, this is disastrous. And that's not all. For every country from Sweden to Somalia, over that period, if you look at the last 30 years, has seen inequality increase. And inequality, we know how to calculate it. We calculate Gini coefficients, which is when the Gini is close to zero, it is perfect equality. When it's close to one, it is perfect inequality. And we have a group for selected nations. But there is something dramatic that has come up recently, and that's Thomas Piketty's work a few years ago, which really showed us that we are where we were in 1914 in the Gilded Age in terms of inequalities, not just in income, but in wealth. And in wealth being access to health and so on. If you note, all the wealth inequalities are much, much higher than the income inequalities. And even the IMF, my friends at the IMF have finally issued a statement based on empirical evidence that focusing on the rich doesn't work. Benefits do not trickle down. The poor and the middle classes are those that matter for. So addressing this issue of inequality as a priority is not just a good social activity, it's a fundamental economic activity. Regulation and sustainable development. Well, we were told that regulation is bad, it strangles business. Not so. This is a fascinating study on water, and water consumption in the United States and GDP growth were continuing together. Then here we had the Clean Water Act, and the net result was that water consumption per person not only stopped growing, it actually went down, while GDP continued unabated, and that's even despite the population increasing over the time. So regulation can do a lot, and it does not strangle GDP growth as was claimed. And we must also provide incentives for the technological revolution and invest in the human and social capital. Well, how about the debt overhang? Does this lead to disaster? Not yet, but as you can see from these figures here, most of the countries are still under 100% of GDP. United States just crossed that limit, but Singapore and Japan have already exceeded that, and they seem to be quite solvent. Thank you. So how about the issue of ethics? Well, ethics, I have much to say on that topic, but really that should be the topic for another lecture. And so, as most governments are looking for a green recovery post-COVID-19, this is our chance to ensure that the government efforts include investment in natural, human, and social capital, not just conventional infrastructure. Digitization and upskilling and new incentives for truly transformative efforts are needed, and it's also our chance to rethink a large part of the conventional economics. We can do no less for the next generation and for the whole world. Thank you.
Dear Professor Sergalin, thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. Now I have the pleasure to welcome Professor Jan Fischer. Professor Jan Fischer was the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic in the period 2009-2010, and then the Minister of Finance in the period 2012-2013. Professor Fischer is also Professor of Economics and a specialist in statistics and econometrics. So, Professor Fischer, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, not only for giving me the floor, but for enabling my participation at this very prestigious event as the Bosnia and Herzegovina Economic Forum actually represents. And I'm very pleased to be here with you, just virtually, hoping firmly that we will get soon the opportunity to talk face to face, which is of course much more comfortable, but thanks God that we have these possibilities given by the high technologies, social networking, Zooming, and so on and so on. I very often remember, by the way, my several stays in the wonderful city Sarajevo. Actually is hoping firmly that I will have got the opportunity to return. And I am very pleased that I can participate at an event which is organized by the university as a guy who is teaching at the Economic University in Prague, teaching official statistics, by the way. So that leads me that I would like to a little bit react in my presentation towards what my dear friend Ismail Sarageddin sent about the measuring of the GDP, and the Kurbi said limits of the GDP, and about the green national accounting. But a little bit, some things a little bit later on, but it's extremely important. Please take my presentation as something rather contemplation than bringing some let's say instruction manuals what to do, because currently we have more questions in front of us than answers, and it shows clearly how this world is very complex, and how the challenges we are currently facing are extremely strong, extremely irritating, and extremely calling for some kind of action. And the easy answers and easy showing where the ways actually go, that's something rather for populists than for people thinking about what are the priorities and what is necessary to think through and what is necessary to do. The question is where we are, and what are the lessons learned from this actually horrible epidemic outbreak we have been facing last year, and we are facing currently too. The first thing is that we were very badly tested, challenged by on the issue of the social cohesion. We have been tested what the solidarity actually means in these bad times. The ties between political elites and the general public have been tested massively. The ability of and competence and responsibility of political leaders have been tested. Also very interesting was what has been the role, and what's the role of the experts in political decision making, and what's the division of labor and responsibilities between politicians and experts, expert teams and expert groups. And that leads to the general question, what's the role of the experts in the democratically performing society? We have been tested about the role of the science, technologies, new technologies. We have been tested about the state of art of inequalities in economy and in society. Now we are talking, the debate is, let's say, focused on the coming back to normality, if possible. The question is how to do it, how to arrange it, and how to organize it, and what's the way, and what's the keyword. And I guess that the keyword of the current time, looking forward about our future and the future of the mankind and civilization all over the world. The keyword is not, let's say, decarbonization, green economy. The keyword stays sustainability, emphasized, underlined. Sustainability, that's what we need to discuss, and what are the features of sustainability today. We don't need, I am sure that we don't need any new ideology, any new religion, green ideology. This is not the matter of the introducing of the and celebrating to the new ideology. Ideology are stressing, ideology could be even dangerous. What we need is the thoughtful and balanced, very well balanced approach to economy, environment, and the social affairs. We need to be, let's say, to have somewhat Socrates defined as a sophrosine. We need something in everything in equilibrium, economic growth, but in concerning the social impacts, we need, of course, the more and more investing in the green economy, in the, could be said, in better perception of the processes like global warming, like decarbonization, and so on and so forth. But speaking about the green economy, we have to speak also about the fact that it's not free of charge. That's not free of charge. It is extremely expensive. So mobilization of the sources will be necessary, and the thinking about the impacts and thinking about the consequences on societies, on inequality, on inequalities, on the social life of people, on unemployment or employment, on the workforce opportunities, and so on. So this is the never-ending story about balancing between economic growth, healthy economic growth on one hand, and the social impacts of such a kind of growth, and the environmental issues. I very strongly prefer all the attempts streaming to the decarbonization, to the green economy, no question about it. That's not, it's unavoidable. And I would say I'm very pleased that the US is, let's say, coming back, rejoining Paris Treaty on Environment. I looking and wondering what China will be doing anyway in the next years and in the incoming decade, as a country who is responsible for the pollution of the environment in the, could be said, on the highest level, as the, could be said, leader polluting the environment, but coming and bringing very ambitious program on the one hand. On the other hand, opening the black coal mining pits at the same time. So we will see what will be the reality. But the challenge is very high. A lot of things, and the future of the next generation is at stake. But what I'm urging is the balanced approach, and of course that the rethinking of the role of the players or stakeholders will be unavoidable. What will be the role of the international organizations, started with the United Nations and ending up with Bretton Woods institutions, World Bank, IMF, EBRD, that I served for 2 years in the beginning of the last decade? What will be the role of the business, which is extremely important in this let's say in this phase, and the responsibility of the business, role of the financing, international financial institutions, banks on the national and international level. And one thing, and I would like to bring put on the table. Currently we have to involve the debate on could be said, a fiscal sustainability or the sustainability of the fiscal policy, which is currently completely distorted. That's not the case as it was 10 years before in the crisis in 2009 and 2010, when we were facing the massive austerity measures and so on and so forth, and curbing the expenditures. Now we are facing the extremely strong and high pumping of money into the economies, nationally and internationally as well. I see that this situation it's unavoidable. But what we need is to, let's say, keep on could be said, a philosophy of the fiscal policy, that we cannot afford to pump money without thinking thinking about the consequences of doing that, by the way. So the public finances are not bottomless, and the politicians, ministries of finance, prime ministers, heads of state, heads of the international organizations should be aware of it. So, and the last thing is that we need to interconnect the, let's say, driving of the sustainability, support of the improving and enhancing of environment with the findings, up-to-date findings of the science. And what we need is the, let's say, involvement, the education and educational activities into this process, just not only for the, let's say training and preparation of the experts, but for improving, for perception of sustainability, sense, importance, relevance by general public. Because what we are doing and what we are talking about, it's not a club-style debate of some political elites or the experts' elites. This is something which is absolutely relevant for the general public, for people, for the population of this planet. So that's I think necessary to have in our mind. The last thing is I would like to mention is measuring. What, by the way, our keynote speaker, Mr. Sarajevo, mentioned, speaking about the national accounting, green accounting. This is interesting and, by the way, very frustrating. The debate on the satellite accounts started at the satellite environmental accounts started 25 years. I remember very well as the head of the statistical office and the participant of the international meetings at the United Nations building and premises and the European Union Statistical Office in Eurostat. I know the pioneering works of the former head of the German Federal Statistical Office, and then the president of the Eurostat, Walter Radermacher. That was actually fantastic, brilliant works, but the reality is completely different. It's not a, let's say, organic part of the system of national accounting. The reason could be, by the way, that's not just a problem of defining, or ability of defining of indicators, classifications, complex concepts, and so on and so forth. This is also the problem of building up of the relevant and feasible statistical infrastructure, namely in the developing countries, to be in position to compile such a kind of data and so on and so forth. So that's the song on measuring and the song on statistics. It's not only about the definitions, I don't know what. We know how to do it, but how to do it practically, how to organize, let's say, the things and the statistical services in many countries to compile the comparable data. But I fully agree that the current concept of the GDP is not sufficient. That's the first thing. the system of national accounting, it's not stretching over all the area in a relevant way, by the way. So let's have on mind that the measuring of the phenomena is extremely difficult, extremely complicated, extremely challenging, and shouldn't be, let's say, omitted, suppressed, forgotten, or something like that. So, okay, thank you very much. And I think it will be very interesting to, let's say, face to your questions, comments, debate, and something like that. Thank you very much for inviting me once again.
Thank you, Professor Fischer. Indeed, I have at least 2 questions for Professor Sergeldin and for you, Professor Fischer, but the questions will follow at the end of this session. I would like to remind our guests, all of us, about these inequalities Professor Fischer mentioned. During the pandemic, the United States of America increased its public debt over the last 15 months by more than $5 trillion of US dollars. 5,000 billion of US dollars was or has been the increase in total public indebtedness of the United States. In addition to that, the Fed, the Central Bank of the United States, increased its balance sheet from 4.2 trillion to 7 trillion of US dollars, or by almost 3 trillion of US dollars. In addition to that, the ECB also increased its balance sheet over the last 14 to 15 months by close to 3 trillion of euros, and total indebtedness, at least in the Eurozone countries, increased from 88% to GDP up to 102% this year. Japan, on the other side of the world, also has increased its public debt to almost to close to 270% of GDP, and many other countries. China increased its credit activity by more than 2 trillion of US dollars over the last 18 months. Even in this region called the former Yugoslavia, differences in the public indebtedness, increase in public indebtedness over the last 14 months were very significant. Slovenia increased its public debt over the last 1 year or the last year by 5.6 billion of euros, Croatia by 4.2 billion of euros, North Macedonia by 1.2 billion of euros, and Bosnia and Herzegovina by 475 million of euros. In other words, the difference in new public indebtedness on per capita basis between Slovenia and Bosnia was 19-1. So huge difference in just 12 to 13 months. So our next speaker is Belma Hadžiomerović. And I have the pleasure, so I will speak in local language. Gospođa Belma Hadžiomerović je naš sljedeći govornik, panelist, i imam veliko zadovoljstvo da najavim damu i da kažem da je gospođa Hadžiomerović s ponosom doktorska kandidatkinja na Ekonomskom fakultetu Univerziteta u Sarajevu, da je direktorica marketinga i korporativnih komunikacija u Raiffeisen banci, koja je znači sponzor ovog događaja i osoba koja je živi dokaz da spoj znanja, mladosti i iskustva daje jako dobre rezultate, ne jako dobre nego odlične rezultate. Gospođa Hadžiomerović, izvolite. U narednih 7 do 10 minuta imate mogućnost da izložite temu, a pitanja, ako budemo imali vremena, će uslijediti nakon vaše izlaganja.
Hvala vam, profesore. Prije svega želim da se zahvalim na pozivu. Želim da vam čestitam na odličnoj organizaciji, znači događaja i podizanju svjesnosti o ovako dvije važne teme o kojima se danas ovdje razgovaralo. Dozvolite mi da predstavim kompaniju iz koje dolazim. Znači, ja dolazim iz Raiffeisen banke, koja je članica grupe Raiffeisen Bank International, koja posluje na 13 tržišta, zapošljava preko 45.000 zaposlenika, pruža usluge preko 17 miliona klijenata. Strategija održivosti predstavlja jednu od ključnih komponenti poslovne politike Raiffeisen banke, gdje nastojimo staviti u ravnotežu okoliš, društvo i ekonomiju. Spomenut ću samo neke od inicijativa koje je naša matična kuća uradila na temu današnje prezentacije strategije održivosti. Početkom ove godine Raiffeisen Bank International postala je prva austrijska banka potpisnica UN principa odgovornog bankarstva. Također, Raiffeisen Bank International je potpisnica UN-ovog globalnog sporazuma za održivi razvoj, gdje smo posvećeni poštivanju 11 ciljeva održivog razvoja. Spomenut ću i podršku različitosti, tako da Raiffeisen Bank je i potpisnica globalnog pokreta The Valuable 500. Ako govorimo o nekim dostignućima, spomenut ću opet samo nekoliko zbog ograničenosti vremena. Raiffeisen Bank International, znači zajedno sa svojim network bankama, pored godišnjih redovnih izvještaja, priprema i sustainability reports koji svake godine postižu pozitivnu ocjenu. Također sa 1,3 milijarde eura RBI je najveći izdavalac zelenih obveznica. Ako govorimo o smanjenju CO2 unutar grupacije, govorimo o smanjenju 13% ako poredimo 2020. i 2019. godinu. Također spomenut ću doprinos, naš aktivan doprinos zajednici, odnosno tržištima gdje poslujemo, tako da smo samo u prošloj godini uložili u razne projekte 4,6 miliona eura. Također najavljeno je poboljšanje politika unutar grupacije koje se odnose na termalni ugalj. Dakle, za nas odgovoran bankar znači biti, podržavati, imati te znači proizvode, usluge i procese koji su u skladu sa sustainability strategijom, ali istovremeno pomoći našim klijentima da prođu kroz svoju transformaciju kao održivom poslovanju. Profesor me je zamolio da se malo osvrnem na temu digitalne transformacije. Ja moram priznati da, odnosno poznato je da su dva dominantna strateška promišljanja u većini kompanija jesu digitalizacija, digitalna transformacija i upravljanje održivošću. Malo sam istraživala na tu temu jer sam to gledala sasvim različito. Evo reću, ovo je danas prvi primjer, ovaj vaš događaj koji je digitalno podržao svjesnost o sustainability-u. Šalim se, ovo je bilo samo znači doprinos digitalne tehnologije. Znači definitivno napredne digitalne tehnologije mijenjaju poslovne modele na način da utiču na sve interesne grupe. Najveći doprinos, ako smijem reći, pored ovdje, znači IT-evaca koji sjede pored mene, ispred mene, jeste u inovacijama. Kada govorimo o digitalnoj transformaciji kompanije, ja ću govoriti iz ugla, znači, svoje kompanije. Ne govorimo samo o pružanju digitalnog proizvoda ili usluge putem digitalnih kanala. Govorimo o kompletnom, znači, o kompletnom promijenjenom modelu poslovnom, govorimo o promijenjenoj strategiji gdje najveći doprinos vidimo u dodatnoj vrijednosti. Kako se ogleda ta dodatna vrijednost? Pa kroz više faktora. Operativna efikasnost je poboljšana, poboljšani su poslovni modeli, diferencijacija na tržištu, konkurentna prednost. Da ne zaboravimo ono što je najvažnije, poboljšano iskustvo naših korisnika i također vidimo promjene u načinu rukovođenja i kulturi. Tu ću se malo kasnije osvrnuti. Samo bih željela da kažem, evo i citirat ću predsjednika uprave Raiffeisen Bank International, da je strateški fokus Raiffeisen grupacije ka digitalizaciji pokazao se kao ispravnim. Početkom pandemije većina zaposlenika Raiffeisen grupacije je bila omogućena, bilo joj je omogućeno zaposlenicima da rade od kuće, što za bankarsku industriju nije tako jednostavno zbog svih sigurnosnih procedura. Spomenut ću Raiffeisen banku u BiH, samo znači kratko da mogu s ponosom reći da smo mi pionir na ovom tržištu. Prije 20 godina smo ponudili ovom tržištu internet bankarstvo za pravna lica. Tokom godina, znači tržištu smo ponudili od mobilnog bankarstva do Viber bankarstva, promijenio se način komunikacije, od web kola do prisutnosti naravno na društvenim mrežama, dvosmjerne komunikacije sa klijentima, do RAI platforme koja je namijenjena za naše premium klijente da bi olakšali komunikaciju s našim klijentima. Dakle, definitivno banka ne može, znači i tradicionalni bankarski modeli ne mogu da opstanu jer na sviju nas utiče digitalizacija. Kada sam gledala na koji način, evo iz prakse samo mogu reći, a ovdje su osobe koje mogu vjerovatno dosta više reći na tu temu, kako digitalna transformacija može pomoći sustainability-u. Evo da kažem, ima ogroman potencijal. Ono što ja vidim, odnosno što mi možemo reći iz ugla svoje kompanije, jeste da to su te inovacije, odnosno konstantni napredak, konstantno ulaganje u ljudske inovacije, uz poštivanje ekoloških ograničenja je doprinos. Drugi, znači, doprinos vidim u promjeni kulture unutar organizacije, znači unutar tih novih ekosistema, kako se nositi s inovacijama. Treće je promjena rukovođenja. Znači, evo i danas sam čula, drago mi je, već odavno nekoliko godina u našoj banci, znači je prisutan agile leadership, prisutni su tribe-ovi, Scrum metodologija koja je došla iz IT tehnologije, znači više ne govorimo o silosima, govorimo o multifunkcionalnim timovima koji rade po principu, znači IT, a to je ogroman doprinos jer brže reagujemo sve u cilju poboljšanja korisničkog iskustva. Ono što bih spomenula još, profesore, za kraj jeste digitalizacija, odnosno digitalna transformacija u Bosni i Hercegovini. To je primjena zakona o elektronskom potpisu koji je iz 2006. koji još uvijek nije usklađen sa EU regulativama, koji znači ima dosta otvorenih pitanja unutar tog zakonskog okvira da bi, koji je osnovni preduslov ka potpunoj digitalizaciji u Bosni i Hercegovini. Spomenut ću identifikaciju, danas mnoga aplikativna rješenja omogućavaju ne samo bankama i drugim industrijama da 100% identifikujete osobu kao fizičko lice, međutim naš zakon prepoznaje samo neposredan kontakt. Tako da mi ako putem našeg weba pružamo online proces kompletan, ne možemo reći da smo end-to-end zato što na kraju znači kad kompletan proces prođe na webu, on mora ipak doći u našu filijalu zato što, da kažem, nije moguće završiti. Tako da, evo, bankarsko udruženje 2019. napisalo jednu zaista studioznu bijelu knjigu gdje su adresirana sva relevantna pitanja kako za bankarsku industriju, ali tako i za sve industrije. Dotakli smo se i digitalizacije. Evo, ja ne znam jesam li duža od predviđenog. Hvala vam, ako bude pitanja, tu sam.
Gospođa Hadžimirić, hvala vama. Niste probili vrijeme koje je predviđeno. U skladu sa dogovorom je bilo. Sada imam zadovoljstvo također veliko da najavim jednog mladog čovjeka, doktora nauka, docenta na Elektrotehničkom fakultetu Univerziteta u Sarajevu, osobu koja je tipičan primjer da ne odlaze svi mladi iz Bosne i Hercegovine, da barem jedan broj mladih ostaje i ostvaruje jako dobre rezultate, ne samo na području Bosne i Hercegovine, nego regionalno i na evropskom planu, pa čak i na svjetskom. Dakle, gospodin docent doktor Emir Žunić radi u kompaniji Infosystem u Sarajevu, dobitnik je brojnih nagrada i već 12 godina radi u kompaniji Infosystem. Mi ćemo sada imati priliku da čujemo iz prve ruke kako to, ono što nazivamo new economy, utiče na razvoj Bosne i Hercegovine, kakvi su potencijali ove zemlje, dakle Bosne i Hercegovine, da Bosna i Hercegovina, nažalost, često je interpretirana u negativnom kontekstu, da to nije uvijek tako, imamo i u proizvodnom sektoru, ali i u IT sektoru koji se ponavlja tiče nove ekonomije. Izvolite, gospodine Žunić.
Dobar dan svima. Prije svega da se zahvalim profesoru Čauševiću na ovako lijepom uvodu i da se zahvalim organizatorima na zaista jednom fenomenalnom eventu. Učestvovao sam na dosta evenata u ovo u COVID vrijeme. Moram priznati da je ovo zaista najbolje organizovan event i svakako još jednom čestitke i pohvale organizatorima. Također pozdravio bi sve koji nas prate, posebno moje kolege iz firme Infostudio, bez kojih definitivno ovo o čem danas budem pričao ne bi bilo moguće. Tako da još jednom pozdrav za sve moje kolege. Budući da je tema ovoj panel diskusije SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, dozvolite mi da na početku predstavim ukratko jednu od nagrada kompanije Infostudio koju smo 2018. godine zajedno sa našim klijentom, javnim preduzećem Autoceste Federacije Bosne i Hercegovine, na jednom zajedničkom projektu za tog klijenta dobili nagradu, svjetsku nagradu Oracle Sustainability Innovation Award Winner za 2018. godinu. Zaista jedna mala kompanija od nekih 50-60 zaposlenih da bude od strane Oracle, jednog svjetskog IT giganta, proglašena za najinovativniju kompaniju u svijetu 2018. godini. Nekako, razmišljajući o današnjoj prezentaciji, želio bih da podcrtam tri bitna aspekta koja smo mi kroz proteklih nekoliko godina objedinili i pokušali da u stvari oformimo takvu klimu koja će sva ta tri aspekta u stvari sačinjavati i sadržavati unutar naše kompanije. Prvi aspekt koji zasigurno smatram kao najbitniji i u sferi digitalizacije i digitalnom progresu Bosne i Hercegovine je spoj nauke i akademije. Budući da evo već preko 10 godina radim u firmi Infostudio, a preko 5 godina i na Elektrotehničkom fakultetu, nekako sam uvidio zajedno sa menadžmentom kompanije a i analizirajući, nije baš teško ni zaključiti da velike svjetske ekonomije upravo na tome polažu svoju moć. Sve neke ideje, evo danas pričamo puno oko vakcina i tako dalje, znači sve je to u stvari jako uspješan spoj nauke, odnosno akademije i industrije, odnosno praksi. Dobro je poznata činjenica u Bosni i Hercegovini, ja se nažalost ne sjećam pošto sam malo mlađi, da je nekad 80. godina bila kompanija Energoinvest koja je upravo svoje uspjehe bazirala na tome. I mi smo prije nekih 6-7 godina upravo te neke koncepte pokušali i mogu sad slobodno reći vrlo uspješno implementirali. Budući da je Bosna i Hercegovina poznata kao, slobodno mogu reći, riznica talenata, veoma kvalitetnih asistenata, profesora, studenata i tako dalje s jedne strane, odlučili smo da napravimo jedan vrlo interesantan program koji u stvari tim najpametnijim bosansko-hercegovačkim učenicima i studentima koji su prepoznati širom svijeta kako na olimpijadama, tako i na drugim manifestacijama, da pokušamo zajedno kreirati interesantne i zanimljive projekte, a onda ti pod navodnicima pametni ljudi, pametnjaković, koji dobiju tako dobre ideje, one će se zaista tome posvetiti i mogu slobodno reći da samo jedan od naših kolega koji je radio s nama u timu je otišao iz našeg tima, a otišao je zato što je dobio poziv Google-a, pa eto nekako možemo to i oprostiti. To je definitivno najvažnija stvar koju bih danas želio da potenciram, da nekako sve što je moguće više napravimo tu spregu između ekonomije, odnosno industrije i akademije, odnosno nauke. Druga stvar koju smo danas dosta često čuli, a koja je svakako jako bitna, je inovativnost, odnosno kreativnost. U nekoliko prezentacija smo imali priliku to da čujemo, pa ja bih kratko samo spomenuo neke od projekata na kojima smo uključili vrlo inovativna rješenja. Svjedoci smo, evo danas smo govorili, čak profesor Lagundžija je spominjao da su ostali u cloudu, cloud je svoje pretače imao prije nekih možda 10 godina i slobodno mogu reći da smo bili jedna od prvih kompanija u svijetu koja je počela sa korištenjem Oracle kao našeg velikog partnera Oracle Clouda i čak su neke ugovore u stvari Oracle je pravio na osnovu nekih naših iskustava sa krajnjim klijentima. Druga stvar u koju u posljednjih 5-6 godina jako puno ulažemo je umjetna inteligencija i mašinsko učenje. Mnogo se priča na temu umjetne inteligencije, međutim nekako je to dosta, mogu slobodno reći, samo u teoriji. Ono što smo mi uspjeli, a što prikazuju naši rezultati sa preko 50 objavljenih naučnih radova širom svijeta, od Japana, Europe, Amerike i tako dalje, je da sve te stvari koje se u stvari izučavaju u teoriji se mogu vrlo lagano i vrlo efektivno primijeniti na realne primjere. Zbog čega je inovativnost i kreativnost? Pa ono što je bitno, budući da kompanija InfoStudio radi uglavnom velika softverska rješenja u bankarstvu, trgovini, javnoj upravi i tako dalje, ono što je bitno je pronaći prostor gdje neku metodu koja se izučava možete vrlo lako primijeniti. Prostora je zaista puno i evo mi smo kroz tih nekih 50-ak i više radova to uspjeli da dokažemo i ono što zasigurno mogu reći da smo kroz te radove imali određene, odnosno kroz taj vid prezentacije naših ideja i naših rješenja imali određene, slobodno mogu reći, izazove, a jedan od tih izazova je bilo da u stvari edukujemo naše tržište. Na početku kad smo počeli s tim da radimo, nekako su nas svi blijedo gledali zato što je ok, pričalo se Google primjenjuje, Amazon primjenjuje umjetnu inteligenciju, ali da baš neka kompanija iz Bosne i Hercegovine i to nad realnim primjerima, nad realnim aplikacijama koje koriste te kompanije vrlo uspješno primjenjuje te metode i na kraju krajeva donosi značajne benefite, onda je na početku je to bilo malo nekako, slobodno mogu reći, teško prihvatljivo. Međutim, kroz par godina i kroz benefite koje su te kompanije uvidjele, proširili smo ta rješenja ne samo u Bosni i Hercegovini regionu, sada recimo dobivamo upite da budemo konsultanti Oracle u optimizaciji japanskih pošti. Kad kažete japanske pošte, onda je nekako to, bar što se mene tiče, plafon optimizacije, ali što kažu vrh same optimizacije, ne postoji nešto više optimalno od toga, a oni traže nove načine kako da to uradi i kao jedna od konsultantskih firmi koja to radi InfoStudio iz Bosne i Hercegovine. Treća stvar koju bih isto tako samo kratko na kraju spomenuo je ulaganje u vlastite proizvode i slobodno mogu reći i u vlastite kompanije, odnosno manje kompanije, start-upove. Za razliku od outsourcing kompanija, mada svakako i njima čestitam i zaista radi fenomenalan i fascinantan posao, mi smo kompanija koja u stvari pokušava sve te ideje koje imamo krunisati u naše vlastite proizvode. I onda tu taj naš vlastiti proizvod, našu vlastitu pamet da onda prodajemo širom svijeta. Svjedoci smo, evo, profesor Lagumdžija je spominjao da u njihovom istraživanju da će rad od kuće u stvari biti dugovječno neki koncept života. Svjedoci smo i aplikacije Zoom koju koristimo za današnji event. Prošle godine, ja mislim u aprilu, najviše downloadana aplikacija na svijetu je bila upravo Zoom. Dotad su neprikosnovene bile društvene mreže, pa što i mi ne bi kao Bosna i Hercegovina budući, evo, da imamo jako dobru, jako pametne ljude, jako vrijedne i uspješne kompanije koje žele da zajednički rade, zašto i mi u budućnosti ne bi imali neke kompanije poput Zooma, Ubera, Bookinga i tako dalje, znači kao neki svjetski prepoznatljivi brand u IT sektoru. Još jednom svima hvala i nadam se da je bilo interesantno ovo izlaganje.
Hvala gospodine Žunić, bilo je zadovoljstvo slušati vašu prezentaciju kao i prezentaciju gospođe Adžamerović. Mi se polako približavamo kraju ovog foruma. Ja bih želio postaviti samo barem po jedno pitanje. So I would like to raise at least two questions, one for Professor Sergeldin and the other for Professor Fischer. For Professor Sergeldin, my question is about one of the most important, or actually the most important cryptocurrency in the world. So, of course, Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is a typical example of conflicting goals, I would say. So Bitcoin or mining of Bitcoins is based, of course, on a very advanced technology called blockchain technology, which is superior in terms of payment systems and so on and so forth. However, Bitcoin is the biggest bubble in the humankind history, bigger than the Dutch tulip mania. So increase in the price of Bitcoin in less than 4 months, starting from September of last year till the end of January or beginning of February, was 286% in just 3.5 months. And measuring in the period 2015, the beginning of this year, so it was clearly the biggest bubble in the history of humankind. On the other side of the spectrum, the amount of electricity needed for Bitcoin mining is actually huge, is counter green economy. So the total amount of electricity needed for Bitcoin mining was estimated recently to the total amount of electricity consumed up by Norway. So what is your opinion about this, let's say, new currency and this example of mutually conflicting goals between green economy and new ways of doing financial business and improvement in the payment systems? My question for Professor Fischer is about some similarities between the Czech Republic and Bosnia and Herzegovina. So unfortunately, there are two similarities. I said unfortunately because both are for the worse, not for the good. The first is the number of people, the number of deaths per 1 million population in the Czech Republic and Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the Czech Republic is close to 2,700, and in Bosnia is close to 2,500. And the Czech Republic, we have to remind ourselves, is the second best performing country in transition behind Slovenia. And the second fact of life is the total emissions of carbon dioxide per person. So in 2019, total CO2 emissions in the Czech Republic are 9.7 tons per person, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina, 9.5 tons per person. So what is your opinion? What are the causes of those similarities and how to solve the problem? So the first is Professor Sarajevo, and then Professor Fischer. Please, could you answer the questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say one thing about Bitcoin, but I do want to add one more thing that is relevant to what I had said before. First of all, I think Bitcoin is not a currency. A currency has multiple functions, one of which is that it is engaged in everyday trade. And it is basically an external investment which has nothing behind it, nothing, but it's treated like gold. I mean, I invest in gold, but I don't really use gold in my transactions much as I perhaps in theory I could. And you did point out that, in fact, the energy consumption of Bitcoin at present is equal to Argentina, believe it or not. But so I think it's one of those passing fads. The technology itself, blockchain technology, is a distributed ledger. And I can imagine that a global company like Toyota or whatever that has factories everywhere, that has people who sell everywhere, that has suppliers coming from everywhere, may consider certain advantages for a distributed ledger that is very difficult to hack. But beyond that, there is little to my mind anyway, of worth in this. If it's for international transactions and for cashless economy, already we have Visa and other systems that are much more efficient than Bitcoin. And Bitcoin was originally invented to avoid the regulation of governments. And from my presentation, you see that I think that there is a value to having regulation of governments. I give the example of Tesla as a very powerful technology company. It's not one of the big six that I mentioned before, but people just have lost a vision of just how powerful these six companies have become. And I posted and discussed once, does anybody know who Jack Dorsey is? And Jack Dorsey, who's Jack Dorsey? Well, he is the person in charge of Twitter, and he, with a stroke of a pen, was able to cut off the president of the United States, Mr. Trump, from his 88 million followers, just like that. This is tells you some things are getting out of balance in a number of places. Finally, I'd just like to make two other observations very quickly. One is that Professor Fisher is right in talking about, I was doing that work on greening national income accounts back in '93 with Mahbub al-Haq and Amartya Sen and others. And we, in fact, UNDP then invented the Human Development Index, which is captured in that. But we have an accident of history. Please remember this. We have an accident of history. What do I mean by that? National income accounts were largely invented by Simon Kuznets in the United States and Richard Stone in the UK. And that was during the Great Depression, the 1930s. Then, at that moment, there was a choice about whether to go the welfare route of looking at the well-being of citizens or to look at production. But then came the Second World War, and all the governments wanted production. I mean, this was unthinkable. The enormous investment that was put into measurement was about production, because it was a global war, as you know, and it lasted 6 years. So that the coming out of the Second World War, coming out into the new systems that were being created, the die was cast towards a production-based measurement system rather than looking at the well-being. But that's happened. So there we are. Now we're saying it is not adequate to capture what we want to do in the SDGs. Finally, the debt overhang that was mentioned, and I mentioned very, very briefly at the end. We have a good thing, I believe, although I don't understand the local language, but I do believe that it was also mentioned by our other speakers, is that the central banks have basically improved their balance sheets and now stand with the tools to confront a potential rise in inflation. I mean, with interest rates down at almost zero, in some cases negative, but zero, or in the US, the Fed is 0.25%. There is room to catch an inflationary pressure and bring it within the target, although we haven't had a serious inflationary surge for almost 20 to 30 years now. So at any rate, I think we are in a good position to do what is needed, and that we have to recognize that when Biden tries to help the lower 20%, even the IMF, which is considered the bastion of fiscal rigor and conservatism, says, yes, this is the way to promote growth. Don't invest for the top 1%, which we have been doing for the last 35 years in the graph I showed you from the arrival of Reagan and Thatcher, where the top 1% has twice as much as the bottom. Don't do that, because the benefits do not trickle down. That's the IMF evaluating that. So I think that we are on our way. The world is ready to think of a different way, and maybe it is an opportunity we should study. There's a brand new report on biodiversity and the value of biodiversity by Professor Partha Dasgupta, who was my colleague on editing that volume on social capital before, and now he's done a fantastic job on biodiversity. And I think we're beginning to see the tools being developed because the demand for the utilization of these tools is now with us. And that is one of the good things that gives one reason for optimism about a green recovery in terms of activity, but also in terms of not being apologetic that we are helping the poor, not being apologetic that we're going to experiment with a universal basic income. We are in fact going the right way to promote the sustainable development goals that everybody agreed on, and that the virus has been a huge setback on that path, but we can get back to that path, and let's also improve our analytical tools so they go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sergeldin. Actually, I have another question for you, but after Professor Fischer answers his question. So another question for you at the very end of this forum. Professor Fischer, please, can you give your answer to my question?
Okay.
Thank you in advance.
Okay, thank you very much. I will do my best to be brief in my reply. I think there are two things you mentioned in your question. The first was the features of the transformation of the Czech society and the Czech economy, similarities and dissimilarities with others, with Bosnia and Herzegovina, other countries in Europe, in Western Balkan, and so on and so forth. The transformation of in the former Czechoslovakia and then in the Czech Republic, institutional, economic, social transformation, institutional transformation, it would be the story I could, let's say, talk about 3 hours, 3 days, 3 weeks, if you want. And so far we haven't got the complete assessment of this process and what it actually meant for the Czech society. At the beginning, I would say this is the debate about what was justifiable and what was wrong and what should be done better, as usual. But the Czech transformation of the former Czechoslovakia and transformation of the economy was, I would say, very vigorous, very energetic, very dynamic, and of course that so I would say that speaking about the origins of the transformation or the baseline of the transformation, I haven't got any, I speak, that's my personal opinion, my personal view, my personal assessment. There wasn't wrong, and I would say, quite successful compared with others in the region anyway. The problem could be seen as the transformation of the ownership, transformation of the ownership relation, of the relationships, which was very, very massive, and the methods could be discussed and are discussed so far. The problem was, let's say, the other one. And the problem was just one issue. The transformation process in the beginning of 90s was also went in the, let's say, in the time of the need of the division of the Federation, Czechoslovak Federation at that time, which was a very complicated issue. Fortunately, it was very well done, but it was something which was a little bit hampering the transformation of economy and other fields, other areas of the life at that time. But after the economic transformation and the stormy transformation of the legislation and so on, one thing has been forgotten, very painfully anyway, in the middle of 90s. It was the undervaluating, undershooting, suppressing the problems like fighting corruption, rule of law. These kind of things was actually undershot at that time, and it is the problem which is catching the Czech society until now. Until now, what we are facing, that's not a problem of the failed or botched transformation. That's the problem of what was after. And so this is civil society, development of NGOs, and the attitude of the political elites at that time, and even so far, to the activities of the non-governmental organizations. And it has impacts and it has consequences on the mentality of the population in my country. So there are some, could be said, bitter fruits which we are now eating, looking back, not the transformation itself, but the post-transformation era. And I would say 10 decades or 2 decades after the transformation. Okay, so this was towards transformation more broadly and renewable, and then the second. And the second question was the second question was oriented to the green economy in the Czech Republic and the possibilities of the green. The problem is that the Czech Republic has a problem with the renewable resources of the energy. Wind, water, there is nothing like that. We are suffering with the lack of them. 1/3 of the total production or consumption, as you like it, of the electric energy, it comes from the nuclear energy. So this is could be said way we are striding ahead. So my opinion is that the could be said attitude of the international community towards nuclear energy. These debates should be, let's say, vigorously led and finished and decided what to do in the future. Otherwise, it's very irritating whether it is dirty or clean. And but the problem is that there is a very bad delay in extension and tendering the extension of the current nuclear capacities in the Czech Republic. It's behind schedule with the very bad macroeconomic implications, consequences. Closing the coal mining pit. That's the target is 2036 for closing. Then we will see what the reality will actually look. So, but the problem is that the emissions in the Czech Republic are not on the level that I would wish myself. You know that the Czechoslovakia and the previous times of the socialist era was one of the countries which were polluting the environment very badly and affected the environment very badly. So many things have been done in a positive way, but I would say that we are not at the end of the road.
Thank you, Professor Fischer. Thank you very much for your answers and for the very end of this forum, I have a question, another question for Professor Sarajevo. So in 1999, George Soros published his book, The Crisis of Global Capitalism. And Soros introduced in the book, the term of reflexivity, when a rule maker is at the same time a rule taker. So taking into account one of the points of your presentation today, when it comes to social capital as a very important part of the total or new way of economic thinking, and the role of the big six you have mentioned in your presentation. My question to you is it possible to solve the problem of reflexivity on the global scale, on regional scale, and on national scale? But in the first place, on the global scale, when the biggest companies, corporations in the world have they have become so powerful, so strong that they can block the implementation of some of the most important rules. So in other words, is it possible for the government, starting from the US government and ending with Japan or Egypt or Indonesia, is it possible for those governments to cope with the strength and the interests of the most important corporations, and when it comes to the introduction of the space for competing on equal foots and to decreasing the levels of inequality in the world?
Well, thank you very much for this very, very important question. Actually, I think we are on a very on a knife edge. We are at the cusp of a major transformation, and I predict that the big six, as we are saying, are now going to be subjected to two major decisions that will come primarily from Europe and from the United States, and that will be on a variant also picked up in China, but let's say Europe and the United States. The first of these is that in the US there is serious talk about breaking them up. Don't forget that the Wagner Act, which was developed back 12 years after the invention of the telephone, is being revived right now. And we had the breakup with AT&T, and the emergence of multiple companies for telephones that accelerated the mobile transformation. We've had it with the deregulation of the airlines. We've had other examples of that. Sun Oil Company, which was Rockefeller's company, gave birth to the 7 giant oil companies afterwards. And there are other transformations as well. So that is one. But the more important thing is there is a serious disaffection of the public, which is going through such difficulty. I mean, I've lived in the United States for 35 years, and to see queues of people waiting in front of food charities to receive some food so that they can eat at home. This is America, the wealthiest country in the world. I mean, to watch that is really a disgrace. Then next to it, despite the fact that supposedly Mr. Trump and the Republicans reduced the tax burden of companies from the 30 plus marginal rate down to 21%, they actually paid zero. They're paying zero. So what is being discussed, and that's why I said the EU and America will be the prime mover on that, is the idea of a minimum corporate tax that will just apply across the board, and that a global tax so that companies cannot hide their revenues offshore in particular areas where they are tax havens and the like. So the first, the combination of recognizing that they've become so big. I mean, we're talking about $2 trillion companies, $2 trillion companies. And so that's one. The other side is the idea that you cannot escape from paying some taxes, and that therefore a new form of global minimum tax will be applied. Global corporate tax may well be applied, and that will require Europe and the US to agree and all governments to pitch in. And I think that looks very likely right now, because people are unhappy with the way the burden on this terrible pandemic here has fallen on various people. Now, China is different. China has never accepted to give a free rein to these big companies inside China. It has its own big companies, Tencent, Baidu, etc. But they have also had the notion of national regulatory action on social media. So you have a different sort of reality there. But I think we are on the cusp of a new wave of transformation, just as we were on the cusp of a new wave of transformation at the late 90s, when the internet came into our lives in a very big way. And then we actually, the penetration of the mobile phone to almost 3 billion people within a matter of a few years. And then the marriage between the internet and the mobile phone, which allowed everybody to have a platform, transformed things like local banking in Kenya with M-Pesa and other techniques of that kind. So I think that we are in a very rich transformative possibility. And if the governments give more support to that, which looks likely right now, then we can see amazing transformations. Recall that BioNTech and Moderna are fairly small companies. They've had to merge, or not merge, but at least partner with big companies like Pfizer and others to produce their vaccines, but their ability to develop the vaccines had come from relatively new startups. So creativity, I think, will be again redoubled. Technology is moving very fast, and new possibilities will emerge. But I think that there will have to be a recognition of the fact that these companies right now are absolutely huge by any measure, and that the possibility of both the global corporate standardized corporate tax and the potential breakup or other regulation is also very much in the air. So that could be a big part of the transformative post-COVID economy.
Dear Professor Sarajevo, many thanks for your answer. And as we are approaching the end of this forum, I would like to say that it's been a great pleasure and honor to have you, Professor Sarajevo, and Professor Fischer here, this forum with us. And of course, my guests here in Sarajevo, Mr. Hadžiomerović and Mr. Žunić. Sad ću završiti ovaj govor u lokalnom jeziku bosanskom, a također koji je vrlo sličan srpskom, hrvatskom i crnogorskom, da je bilo zadovoljstvo biti ovdje na ovom forumu. Mi smo imali priliku na ovoj sesiji čuti veoma inspirativne izlaganja profesora Sarajeldina, profesora Fischera, također gospođe Hadžiomerović i gospodina Žunića. Imali smo priliku čuti da nam je potrebno da uvedemo novi sistem nacionalnog računovodstva koji potpuno uvažava, odnosno uzima u obzir potrebe za mjerenjem održive ekonomije, odnosno održivosti ekonomija. S jedne strane, s druge strane imali smo također priliku čuti od gospodina profesora Fischera pomalo izazov priči, odnosno kontekstu zelene ekonomije. Naravno, profesor Fischer nije dovodio u pitanje samu potrebu za ozelenjavanjem ekonomije, ali jeste jeste rekao da se pomalo pribojava mantre koja nikada nije dobra. Svaka mantra koja postaje mantra ne daje dobre rezultate. I imali smo priliku čuti ovdje šta se u Bosni i Hercegovini dešavalo i dešava. Uglavnom dosta dobrih stvari, a isto tako neke obstacles, neke barijere koje smo imali priliku čuti od gospođe Hadžiomerović i svijetle primjere vrlo uspješnog poslovanja kompanije Infosystem koje nam je prezentirao dr. Žunić. Dakle, za ovaj put ja bih stao ovdje, znači sa ovom sesijom, već smo probili vrijeme. Pozvat ću kolegicu Lejlu da zaključi naš forum. Hvala vam lijepa.
Hvala profesore Čaušević. Ja se ovim putem zahvaljujem i našem glavnom govorniku i svim panelistima drugog panela Ekonomskog foruma Bosne i Hercegovine 2021. Nadamo se da je ovo bio koristan dan kako za sve nas pojedinačno, tako i za naše društvo u cjelini. Zaključke foruma zaključci će biti objavljeni u narednim danima na web stranici Ekonomskog foruma. Hvala svima što ste odvojili vrijeme danas i posvetili ovaj dan važnim pitanjima o kojima smo govorili. Do idućeg foruma i novih tema, svako dobro i doviđenja.